Call of Duty Mobile World Championship is back with Stage 4, the regional playoffs, starting right now. Watch as the best teams from all across the globe battle it out for a shot at a more than $2 million prize pool and a spot in the World Championship Finals. After 3 grueling stages of competitive play, every one of these players and teams is battle-tested and ready to rumble as they compete in a double elimination bracket for Call of Duty Mobile Glory. Win and move on to the next round. Lose and go down to the lower bracket. Lose again and you're eliminated. Only the best of the best will earn a spot in the 5th and ultimate stage, the World Championship Finals. 5 regions. The fiercest Call of Duty mobile competition on the planet. Who will prevail? Find out right here, right now, as the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships continue live.
Got it, able to get both! Comes in behind everybody and just drops it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, and I'm your host, Belly, and I am so excited for today because it is Stage 4, Day 2, and the regions are definitely popping off right now. We're doing South Asia and Middle East, and they're putting it off in such a big way with great action. But joining me on the desk is going to be none other than Bobby Plays. And Bobby, this is it. We're going to find out the champion today. How do you feel?
I'm super excited. They got me started with a chair today, so I'm feeling really, really good. We got some great competition ahead of us, and especially with one more spot in Stage 5 on the line in the lowers bracket finals. 2 of the best teams going at it in the winners bracket finals. It's going to be spicy.
Yes, and speaking of spicy, let's take a look at the matches that are going to go down today. First game of the day, we're going to see Revenant once more, but we also have Team Vitality still in the mix, Bobby. This is going to be really good. But speaking about Team Vitality as well, let's take a look at the winner side of the bracket, where me personally, I don't know how you feel about this, I think that Team Vitality are going to go all the way, man. They look unstoppable so far.
Yeah, both of these teams have been absolutely on fire. I honestly think Insidious maybe a little bit more so. They have not dropped a single map throughout the entire duration of the tournament. They're averaging a 1.9 KD in respawns. These guys have been unstoppable.
Yes, let's take a look at the loser side of the bracket as well. Now, a team that I called out was Team Revenant. They looked like they were going to cause an upset against Team Vitality, but then they found themselves in the loser side of things. But both of these teams are looking to make it all the way. What are your thoughts?
So we've actually seen these 2 teams go up against each other earlier on in the tournament. Revenant took the win 3-0, but it was not an easy 3-0 by any means. It was largely in part to a crazy 1v3 that, to be honest, probably shouldn't have been possible. So I've got a feeling the rematch is going to be a lot closer.
That 1v3 was so exciting to see. But also, these teams are playing for more than just bragging rights. They're playing for a whole lot of money. $15,000 going to first place. 15 grand, that's a lot of money, Bobby. Don't you wish you were playing in this as well?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just not at that level yet. But maybe one day, $15,000, like Beef Mommy said, that is a lot of Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III phones you could buy. Just imagine playing Call of Duty 11 games at the same time?
Yes. Would be a banger. Now, take a look at this beautiful phone on your screen. I'm going to tell you now, one of my favorite features are actually the heat suppression feature, because usually when I charge my phones, they get really hot. You put it in your pocket and it just feels like it's going to burn a hole in you, right? Doesn't happen with this beauty right here. But enough about what we have to say. We actually have a cool video to show this phone off. Let's take a look.
Game over. Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. Had
Another one. Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. Ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
All right, Bobby, you were actually fortunate enough to get your hands on this beautiful device. What is your favorite thing about this phone?
So as a content creator, one of the really cool features that it has that I have not seen another phone have is actually the ability to record in 120 FPS. So
Yes.
that gives you just so many opportunities to slow things down, make some cool highlight plays, and really create some content that you can't do with any other device.
Yes, but also, speaking about the games, let's go ahead and jump right into them with the beautiful people that will be commentating this first matchup, and they're so lucky to do it. It's going to be Guy Blaze and also my girl Beef Mommy. How are both of you feeling this morning?
Oh man, we are feeling fantastic, Velly and Bobby, and what a beautiful day to kick this one off. It's Championship Sunday, folks, and we're kicking it off with a lot of excitement. Bobby got a chair. I didn't get into a fight with a gladiator, no holes in my shirt today, and I think we're all copacetic and we're doing good.
Not only are the teams having a really great fight, but the casters as well with the holes in their shirts and the no-shows with the chairs. But you know what? We got everything down today. Exciting first matchup. True Rippers and Revenants. These two teams really have a lot to prove because it's do or die for them. If they want to go and qualify for the World Champs, now is the time to shine.
Yeah, you know, it is so much coming into this matchup, folks. Just to let you guys know, the way we're kicking off this stream, we got our qualification match. This is our last one. The winner of this one moves on to champs, and we also got our winners finals, which is going to be happening at the same time. But before we lock it into this one, we want you guys to learn a little bit more about True Rippers.
Hi everyone, I'm Vivan, also known as TR Fakes. I play for True Rippers Esports in the region of South Asia and the Middle East, and we were one of the first teams to qualify for the Stage 4 of the CODM World Championship 2021. I've been playing the game for over a year now. I started the game pretty late compared to my other teammates and everyone in the scene. I started in the season 3 of the rank. Basically, I started for fun in the starting, but then everyone got pretty serious, so we were like, let's give comp a try. And then by the end of season 5, our team was like one of the teams which joined the comp very late, and they're like still in stage 4. So what makes us different is like we use little to no less strategies sometimes, and still we are able to get good results out of it. And we majorly just use the strats for the major games in like the major rounds. So I think somehow we are pretty good with the gunfights compared to the teams who are playing since the beta, and that's what has kept us going till now. Outside of the game, since I was a very introvert kind of a person, it has helped me build relationships outside the game with my teammates and with the other teams and all. So it has helped me develop my character outside the game, as in making friends with other people, opening up with other people. I just say keep grinding and the opportunity will find you.
What an awesome video. And the one thing I take away from that one is just esports bringing people together. I know it definitely has connected me to a lot of people over the years and helped grow me as a person as well, just being able to bond with your teammates and get better as a squad.
Most definitely. When we were watching that video, Blaze and I just like looked at each other for that moment when he actually said, it brings me confidence. Call of Duty Mobile just brings so many people together, and it's amazing to see.
Yeah, it is amazing to see, and you know, that's going to be True Rippers right there. Great piece from them, but also on the flip end, their opponents in Revenant. Let's learn a little bit more about them. Check this out.
Hello, I'm Abyss from Team Revenant Esports, and I'm representing India in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. I started playing Call of Duty Mobile when the open beta came out. Ever since then, I've just been dedicating my time to Call of Duty Mobile. In the beginning, I guess, we were all very nervous because these teams, they had players that we used to look up to. These were the people that we learned from, But then now, we've gotten over it when we play more and more with them. We studied the greatest, and I feel like we're the greatest right now. It's no more just a game, you know, the people that you meet through the game, they're no more just friends. They've become like a part of our family. We play with them every day, we talk to them every day, and we share everything with them. And I guess the other biggest thing that Call of Duty has helped me with is probably with my education, as surprising as it would sound, because I'm using the winnings that I earn from the game to, you know, fund my education and in a way to, you know, ease pressure off of my parents. They just thought I was wasting my time. I mean, not necessarily wasting my time, because my parents have always been very supportive of me playing the game. It was like a promise that I made, like, I'll top the class and you let me do whatever I want. And what I want is to play the game. But then as majors came, we moved to a boot camp, and then a lot of things happened. We won, we lost, a lot of emotions. So at that point, they kind of understood like how much the game meant to me. Now when I tell them about the World Championship and they're like, yeah, come on, get it. You have to win this, and I know you're gonna win it. Keep cheering for us, and we won't let you down, and we're here to win this World Championship.
What an awesome piece from Abyss. And you know, you know what, from watching both videos, he pretty much echoed the same thing that Fake said as well. He says, hey, esports is changing my life, okay? You know, it's helping me pay for school, it's helping me bond and make more friendships, and really just grow as a person. And I love to see that. Because at the end of the day, it really is like a family with your teammates, and you guys are grinding day in and day out, trying to be the best squad out there.
Absolutely, and we keep saying it's more than just esports, it's more than just gaming. We have families, we have a financial ability to pay for everything just because of this one little game. And it's going to be so amazing to see what is going to happen at the very end of the day.
Well, folks, you know, when it comes down to learning more about both these squads, hey, the stage is set. We got 5 brothers on each one of these units about to battle it out, and now our map layout is going to be here. We got Takeoff Hardpoint as map number 1, Fire Range as map number 2 on Search and Destroy, and then Crossfire on Domination. Now, the last time both these squads played, Mommy, it was a 3-0 in favor of Revenant, but it was a close series. How you feel about the layout?
I am loving this layout. This Takeoff Hardpoint is going to be so spicy just because Revenant was actually able to beat out this team right now. True Rippers are going to have such a hard time here. An absolute amazing time. 100% win rate for the side of Revenant. 2 maps in a row, and they were able to actually have Vitality lose here.
All right, folks, here it goes. We only have one more spot left in champs for the Middle East and South Asia region, and it's going to be the winner of this series. It's True Rippers versus Revenant, and we're kicking it off, and it has already started off with some heat here on P1. Nothing but straight carnage.
I like where I'm actually seeing Revenant right now, that even though they're not really stepping on the hard point, they're actually positioning themselves to go in for those power positions and tackle and maybe even get the contestant. Speaking of contest, that's where we're going to be seeing it right now.
Oh, you're going to see Zyro. He moves in, able to pick up 1 kill there. Being in a great position to contest this hill, but it's like playing Ring Around the Rosie as they're looking for fakes off the side. They will be able to take him off, and you're going to see Abyss and Oil from the verticality. They being able to just shoot down and cover their teammates' backs, but the spawns will flip here in this moment.
The spawn flip did ensue, but then they're not going to be able to actually go and hold in there. True Rippers need to go in there for the big kills. They need to clear out that side first before they're actually going to be able to go there. But then it's going to be very good for them as the spawn is going to be in their favor here in launch base. We already know that 2F is going to be that point of contention where you would want to have that in P1 and P2 as well.
All right, now, so True Rippers, they move in, they're controlling P2. They get the spawns towards the backside of it as well. So now, all of Revenant in front of them, in front of their crosshairs. Oh my God, Abyss, he got in from the backside, but he's got, oh, with the slide and burn, he's able to take out 1, but he creates an opening for his squad to make it in and contest this hill. Techno gets taken out, and now in the moment, Revenant feeling really confident to be able to rack up some time.
Wow, what a great turnaround here by the side of Revenant, and they keep doing this for every single one of the hills. They keep having to slay everyone that's outside, and then that's when they decide to actually go in there for the kill. But then the rotation needs to come key for them, just because they go in there a little bit late, and the spawn control is not going to be that good. They need to go in for the rotation, knowing that there's only 10 seconds left on the clock.
And True Rippers knows that this is more of a game of chess, not checkers. They are already rotating towards P3. They have a nice little setup. They will be able to pick up a few kills in rotation, but also being traded out here by True Rippers. Bones is going to drop down, pick up 1. 10 kills to his name so far, but as he gets taken out from behind by Cheez-Its, You're going to see Abyss, Death Machine in hand. He picks up a double. And now in P3, he is doing a fantastic job locking it down.
This is where you would want to heavy utilize your score streaks and your operator skills as well. But then, just as when you saw such heavy defense, we were able to actually see True Rippers absolutely ripping their way into P3.
And now Reckles moves in. Can't get the kill with the Fennec. He's going to be going back to the respawn. True Rippers, the early rotation paid off for him. They were able to get in, get set up. Now, the contest from Revenant. Which entryway can they break through? They finally get in. 20 seconds left on the hill. I think they should be able to get majority of this time that is left without being contested any longer. Cheese is going to move in. He doesn't want this lead change to get too out of control. True Rippers have had such a great start so far, Mommy, but as we see, man, both these squads evenly matched.
They keep losing the hill, and Revenant always has to play catch-up, but they're getting majority of the points. Not only that, they got scrap points in P3, and also the spawn were in their favor when they spawned out into Generator. You need to have that, especially the transition going to P3, going to P4. That is the most essential.
All right, now we see Revenant picking up most of the time here. Made that great transition Mommy was talking about, but the hill is contested. We're watching Bones with the Hoger in hand, looking to really engage in these long-range sight lines towards these players in the back of the spawn. He almost took out Fakes with the Death Machine. He still will fall. But in the moment, True Rippers, they're collecting a majority of the time here on P4, and they're looking really comfortable.
Yeah, they're winning their gunfights right now. It's going to be so impressive to actually get all of these points. We keep seeing the scrap points going this side for Revenant, but not today. They need to go in for the setup for that first hard point yet again. We are going to be having that reset. We are going to be seeing right now Oil is going to be in that 2F in launch base. That is one power position you need to have for that P1 and P2 control.
Abyss, he slides in. Him and Kevin able to work together to take down a few. Kevin got a double kill there. But even with that kill coming through, we need to get set up for P1 again. After the first rotation of heals, folks, there's only going to be a 7-point differential between both the squads. And we're going back to this scrappy P1. We're on board with Oil, as he's going to have the LMG in hand. Oh, trying to take down Kevin. Cheese is going to be able to flank him. And now in this moment, we will have a Goliath hit the tarmac, but at the same time, I'm kind of, you know, having a personal moment here, because like I said, I got into a fight with a Goliath yesterday, and I'm still not fully recovered.
Not being able to recover, but then just like that, Revenant is actually going to be able to get that hard point. Revenant with those big kills. You need to pick up all of your kills, clear out the area before you step on that hard point. And we can see that Revenant is going to be able to actually do that for the first and second hard point. They've been getting the hills at the very end and really getting those scrap points down, but the rotation needs to go down here. We can see the setup for P2 is going to be solid right now, as Kevin is going to be able to actually put that sentry gun.
Oh man, that sentry gun is going to be useful here. Abyss gets taken out. Revenant looks like they got a decent setup. Well, a little bit of a decent setup. They still have to deal with the sentry turret that's going to be in a hill, contesting it. But that sentry turret is giving True Rippers it's alleviating some pressure for them to be able to move up and contest on these sight lines up here on the stairs. But as you see, it's Revenant. They'll be taking out the sentry turret. They'll be able to collect a majority of the time so far on this hill, but it's still plenty left. 40 seconds on the clock. Revenant can win off of this one, but they are heavily contested by True Rippers. This is still anyone's game.
The sentry gun didn't quite do its job just because of that cheeky little corner that you can actually camp on. But then it's still going to be at the side of True Rippers, but it's not going to be enough points as contest after contest. Revenant is giving them the hard time. As 20 seconds is left on the clock, the rotation into P3 needs to be key for both of these teams. And it seems like right now Revenant is going to be the first one in.
And, you know, in this matchup, I feel like True Rippers are kind of the clear underdogs based off their performance yesterday, and they have not been able to take a map off of Revenant. But with this lead change coming through in the late game, True Rippers feeling comfortable, but you got to take close note. Revenant, they rotated early towards P2. We got some kills coming in for True Rippers. This is a prime opportunity for them to move in, clean house, and take over in P2.
The pinch needs to ensue for the True Rippers, but then Bones with so many kills already. Multi-kill for Bones, 24 already to his name. The Death Machine is going to be causing havoc here. They can't even come close, but then finally Kevin finishes the job.
But here comes Abyss to be able to clean up the final two. Bones in a Death Machine. That could have been what wins them the map. There's still a lot of time left, but as you see, True Rippers coming off the respawn, trying to get in, trying to contest, but they can't get their footing. 3 more points needed from Revenant, and a contest is here. True Rippers can't win off of this.
They can't win off of this, and they can actually have a comeback. They can't. They need to go in for that P4 control already, but then the spawn is already in generator for the side of True.
Oh, it's coming down to the wire. 3 more seconds. The lead changes there, and True Rippers take map number 1 against Revenant, doing the unthinkable in the late game. Whew.
The contest just didn't happen. It was so close, and Revenant finally comes out of their throne as the kings of Hardpoint here in Takeoff. And obviously, True Rippers are going to be the team to do that.
Yeah, which is absolutely wild. And but because like we're gonna have to go back and like break it down and watch it over again, because it was absolutely insane the way that it ended. And you go back and look how Revenant's hardpoints, how Revenant was playing hardpoint yesterday, damn near flawless, okay? True Rippers was kind of struggling against them, even up against Revenant, and every hardpoint they lost was about by 80. But they came to play today, mommy. Let's take a look at the late game.
Not only did they came to play, they came to slay. So much opportunities for Revenant to actually go and pull through, but no, they weren't able to do that. At the very last moment, as we can see here, I actually thought that Revenant was going to win that, especially how heavily defended it is.
Yeah, and the Death Machine picked up down there 6 kills. Abyss came through, and it looked good, but this is where it gets crazy, folks. Pay attention, because 147, they need 3 seconds to win. And then who came in and got that kill? I think it was Cheese. Cheese and Techno came in and cleaned house. And at this moment, Revenant just watching his game slip away from their fingers. It was almost perfect, but folks, this will show you that you need to have focus throughout the entirety of the map. You can't lose it. You got to play to the final second. That's map number 1 in our loser semis. The winner of that qualifies for chance, but we got to go back on over towards our winners finals. I know you guys want to see this one. It's Insidious versus Team Vitality, and we're in the map number 1 hardpoint. We got all the action for you guys today.
Oh, speaking of the action, this is going to be so crispy here, just because Insidious versus Vitality, finally seeing the Goliaths of the championships really pull through. This is the number 1 and top 2 teams that we can see here in their particular region. And it's going to be Crossfire and Hardpoint. You guys already know Hardpoint is going to be that tricky map, because a comeback is definitely going to be seen here, just like what we saw a while ago.
Yeah, so far in this map number 1, we're looking at, it's going to be, so far, just close engagements across the board. And now, as we're heading here towards P2, you're going to have some top launcher control. Neutrino trying to move back here. Some long-range shots from him there with the RPD, able to connect with that. Now looking out for his teammates here towards mid-street. Vitality, they need to get in, they need to break.
That corner building is essential right now for the side of Vitality. They need to get that power position in that 2F, or else they're going to be having such a hard time. But then Learn is going to be such a nuisance, just laying all around and about. They're going to be getting big points here, 62 and 18. And I'm going to be surprised if they actually will get that final hill as well. But then the scrap points are going to be going in here for the side of Vitality. But then that's what Team Insidious wants.
When it came down to Insidious's performance yesterday, throughout all their respawn game modes, this squad had a 1.92 KDA, okay? Like, a KD, not even KDA, a KD 1.92, which is completely different. Forget the assist, but that just shows how talented this team is playing as a whole, how deadly they are as we're in the regional playoffs for the Middle East and South Asia region. This is the best of the best, folks, and Insidious, they're showing us why their KD is what it is.
This is the map where Learn actually dropped a 40 bomb, and that's absolutely crazy. But then the cluster strike is going to be going down here in P3, and it's going to be so hard right now for the side of Vitality to actually go in for the contest. We're going to be seeing one person here left in the hardpoint. Now that's going to be Vegas with the OBJ, and always Learn for the slay.
You know, throughout the entire weekend, we've talked a lot about Vitality being the first seed, the best team in this tournament. But as we're watching this map number 1, I think that we're all starting to come to the consensus that we may have been wrong with who was the deadliest squad in this tournament coming into it. Because Insidious, the consistency in which they've shown throughout 2 days is very, very impressive. So in the moment. They have already eclipsed past that 100-point marker. Just 38 more points needed to lock this one in, and we're heading on over towards P4.
Goliath is going to be ensuing here in P4. I'm not quite sure how to feel about that, just because of how well you can actually defend this already without it. I feel like they should have probably utilized it, really just rotating into P5. But you know what? Let's see where it goes. Maybe they want to go overkill. Then here we go. It's going to be Monk going down, and it's going to be Neutrino with absolutely banger of a defense here.
Man, this XS1 Goliath, okay? You guys was wondering why I had the holes in my shirt. This guy over here, okay, tried to run up in the studio yesterday. Had to stop him outside. Now, we got to protect Beef Mom out here in the States. Now, as we're going to be closing this P4 up, just 5 more points needed for Insidious. Vitality not even able to get 50 in this first map, and Insidious have set the pace in the winners finals. With a 150-41 victory there, they will strike first. Mommy, are you surprised by that?
No, I'm not surprised by that. They really wanted to end the hill there, and that's why the XS1 Goliath was pulled out. And they absolutely did it with such finesse. And like you said a while ago, that with the Goliath really just protecting me. Thank you so much. I'm protected by 3 really strong men right now.
Hey, we got your back, Mommy, okay? We got to protect the queen out here, folks. But we need to hop on over towards our COD Mobile Champs qualification match here for the Middle East and South Asian region. One of these 2 teams is moving forward. We're in map number 2, firing range, and we're still in the first round of 4v2 situation for True Rippers. As they take in map number 1, we see them playing from the attacker side, but Bones, 2 players lined up. He takes down 1, but in a 1v3 scenario, he sees Techno, but Techno's going to disengage, does not want to give him a fight in which he wants, and Techno plays it smart.
Techno had a 4-piece in that round. What an opener for True Rippers. And honestly, if we are going to be comparing Revenant and True Rippers are the True Rippers here in this particular game mode. Search and Destroy for them are their butter and bread, just because of how well they actually perform, especially with Kevin on their side. It's crazy.
And also, 2 guys, when they played this map, and I think there was the quarterfinals of the semis yesterday, it went to around 11 between these 2 teams. So we can only hope it goes the distance once again. But as we're in round number 2, it's a 5v5 situation. We're on board with Kevin, one of the best snipers I've seen in COD Mobile since I've been a part of the scene. And we'll see if he can find this opening play for his squad. Looking towards back A site. He sees his player rotating towards Ken. Woo! Just misses the shot.
That wall just blocked it for him. That would have been such a big kill. And I feel like it's actually deja vu all over again, because we saw these 2 teams battle it out here in firing range. But then Cyro with that opening pick off of Cheese.
Oh, Cyro with the first blood. We'll see if Kevin responds eventually. But when it comes down to the defenders, they are currently in the power position, having his man advantage and being a defensive squad. But trophy system's going down towards A. It seems like True Rippers want to prioritize the site. The trophy system got destroyed, I believe. Nope, there you go, right there on the screen. Just kind of took a nade out the air, but smokes will go out. We got some more trophy systems on the ground. Revenant knows that this will be the play. You see the pressure coming through from Oil, but Techno is going to be able to guard Kevin here towards the back end. Bones takes him out. Kevin needs to hit a big shot, and he does. Kevin like things in the moment.
Kevin never misses the shot. You will always depend on him if you need to go down to that 1v1s. And speaking of his team, though, you can see Revenant is also going to have that response as well as Oil. We did see that 1v3 clutch plus defuse. That was absolutely crazy.
All right, little early trophy system in wood, protecting themselves from any pre-nades that may come through that door to stop the rotation going towards the B site. But we heard from Fakes earlier today talking about how esports has changed him, how esports has changed his life, created bonds with his teammates, created a brotherhood for his squad, and now we see them working together, trying to fight to make it to champs. What a story. And you know, both these squads here, this is an important matchup for them. They've worked all year long to make it to this point, to go further than this, to be champions, and we'll see if they can do that.
True Rippers with a slower approach. This is going to be good for them. They need to play for picks because they've been having a really great time, especially having that 2 up. They need to actually go and pull through here for the side of Revenant just because of how well they've been playing the last games. Not here. They lost that one round, especially with that clutch, and the confidence right now is on the side of True Rippers.
It is, and I think they got a lot of confidence on their side. One thing I will say is that when it comes down to Revenant, wow, we saw the bullet trail come across map from Zyro. He says, Kevin, don't try me. I know you think you can snipe, but, you know, in this pressure matchup, in this big time, on this big stage, you know, he's ready to make the plays. So Zyro opens it up for the defense and just solidifies their setup just a bit more. Now, I was talking about how when it came down to the defense of Revenant, I love their composure. They didn't get too aggressive. They were waiting for that pick, but after the pick from Zyro, we're starting to see Revenant move through backwood, get this pinch on True Rippers, and they're being a little bit more aggressive, and I like that from Revenant. They know that they have the advantages, the man advantage, and they're working together to clean this round up and get their first on the board.
That was such a clean retake for Revenant. Even though they did have that first spot, they were able to actually utilize that man advantage and actually go in for the backstab. That was a great push, right? I like seeing plays like that just because we don't really get to see it that often. Then speaking of, they actually leave the bomb right now. Someone gets to pick it up, and finally Mystic is going to be able to pick up the bomb. Very passive play yet again here. They're just going to be here hanging out in wood.
Oh my God, it may have been a beautiful defensive read or defensive call from the side of Revenant. They stacked 4 players towards B. You see, it was Zyro who got the opening pick once again, I want to say, with the snipe. And now Revenant with a man advantage. This is where they feel the most comfortable. This is where they're going to slow it down, allow themselves to gather some more intel before they possibly switch from the defense, from the defensive squad to really going on a hunt and using that man advantage to clean up these kills.
Zyro, big plays. He's such an essential player for his team, and the role of the sniper is always to get that opening pick, and he's been doing that job. Kevin needs to step it up. There's gonna only be one sniper here, and that's what Zyro says, and Cheese also brings it down into a 4v4.
Oh, 4v4 situation. Bomb down, 38 on the clock. Mystic trying to guard the back A site. But as we see towards the mid-map, a kill being picked up from Zyro. Mystic trades it out. Oil goes down. Kevin with a double snipe in the round. 2v1 is all up to Zyro. Can he do it? Will he take down Cheese? Will this end in a sniper battle? We're about to find out as he moves in. He knows where Cheese is, but it's Kevin. And he takes him out with the Vow. Gets in. Enough time for the decap. And once again, Revenant, they're going to clutch up in this round. Zyro's here to play.
Zyro is not joking around.
He
ain't playing. Like, not only is he good with that sniper, but he can also use the AS Val. That guy was smart to actually not whip out his sniper.
Yep.
And he eventually evened things out in 2-2.
I'm not even going to lie. I would have whipped it out and ego chowed him. just to shut him down and make him feel a little bit bad, but that's why I'm not playing here. That's why I'm not a professional. Zyro, he made the smart play, picking up both those kills with the Vow, knowing that Kevin was going to have that snipe out in a moment. He forced him to hit the shot, and he could not. All tied up 2-2 in map number 2 as we're watching the last round of the first half. Can Revenant get one more defensive round in their books? Or is Kevin going to have something to say about it?
I mean, Blaze, I heard that you were pretty good with a sniper, so I'm pretty sure you'd be good in this game as well. But speaking of greatness, Kevin is going to be having that 5. They're going to be heavily stacking A, but then they're still trying to see if they can actually go get a pick before they go in for the push. But then one person is going to be going in for that trailer control. That is going to be absolutely essential. Fakes, not quite seeing that's going to be one person here, which is going to be Abyss.
Now, Cheese in a difficult situation, but he knows he can't move from the spot. He has to fight his way out. But the flank came through. Bones wasn't able to collect one. We're going to have a 4v3 in favor of Revenant. Can Techno even it up? He cannot. A 4v1. It's all up to Mystic. The last hope in this first half. He can't do it. But I will say, as an attacking team, taking 2 rounds, that's a pretty good job.
That was very impressive. And for the side of Revenant right now, Abyss actually made that play. And look at Fakes having 0 kills and already in 5 rounds. We are in round number 6, but he still has nothing. That is going to be very heavy, and he's being carried right now by his team.
Hey, well, you know, we know it's a brotherhood over there. We heard from Fakes earlier when we watched the player profile piece, so hopefully they are able to pick each other up here in the moment. We'll see if he has any better luck playing from the defensive side of the map. We're seeing an A stack here from True Rippers on the defense, but down low at the B hill, can Bones find an opening? Can he find one pick to give his team another option? Because if you find a kill down here, you're going to force your opponent to pretty much spread out this defense.
This defense is going to be really great. A 3-2 split is going to be very solid for the team of True Rippers. They need to get that opening pick, though, and it's probably going to be for the side of Techno, just because of how well he's already placed here inside the site. They need to go in for the push, but no! Abyss is actually going to be able to shut it down. Really big kills for Abyss, 7 already.
Now the trophy system's destroyed. Kevin's going to have to reposition Abyss. He needs to be careful. Whoa, just misses. There's Fake's double kill. He's finally on the board. Now, with those two coming through, the defense is looking a little bit stronger now. 4v3. Zyro with the shorty in hand. He's going to disengage, and it seems like Revenant want to make a complete switch here on this play call. They're going to have to be careful crossing towards the middle. They'll be okay, but looking at the mini-map, it seems like True Rippers got the intel in which they needed to shift on over.
Great call right now for True Rippers. Solid rotation. They absolutely read that to filth. Knew that the rotation was going to be coming into B, and then Kevin just has that double kill, ending the round, evening things out into a 3-3. That was just great. They were at a disadvantage, but they were able to pull through.
You know, we call out Fakes, and he pulls out a beautiful double kill in that round to help his squad get this one all tied up, 3-3. The last time these two squads, we went to round 11 on Fire Range, and I think we may go there again, folks. Strap yourself in, as we're going to have multiple utility used here off the start. The smoke grenades blocking off the cross here towards the mid lane, but no kills coming through. I take that back. We did have a kill come through. I missed Abyss possibly getting sniped there by Kevin off the opposite end. 4v5 currently in favor of the defenders.
Revenant obviously being challenged right now for True Rippers. They've been going at it round by round, and it's a back and forth that we really like to see. I'm not going to be surprised if we are going to be seeing another search and destroy. But then speaking of, it seems to be like they're not going to be committing into Bravo, but they're just leaving one person out just in case there's going to be one person going in for the flank.
This nade's going to
Grenade!
Go in, no intel gather from it. But Fakes was in there. He was actually in that right corner. I thought he was on the outside of the building, tucked it towards the A bomb site, but he does manage to survive that nade. His positioning was saw. They did see his positioning, but he's just gonna move himself back in. Now, in the moment, the advantage in favor of True Rippers. Where do you go here with this bomb? It seems like it's gonna be an A plant. We'll see if they can get it down.
Oh no, that push into mid was not the smartest thing to actually do. Now the bomb is down and it's going to be a 4v1 situation. I don't know why they went in for that rotation. They should have just pushed as a team, used the numbers to their advantage, but no, they didn't. They didn't do that, and True Rippers just absolutely took advantage.
Yeah, they did. True Rippers, they're not playing around on the defense, folks. And now Fakes went from being 0-4 to 6-4 on a 6th streak. He says, I will not be killless any longer after that first half. He has absolutely turned it up on defense. Now, as we're watching Revenant, they feel like they need to go for the B push. But with these early smokes and these early nades, they may have possibly given up the play, or we'll see if True Rippers can get the read. From the mini-map, True Rippers, they're not doing too much. They don't want to get faked out by the smokes. Bones moves in. He misses his shots. Mystic saves him, but Mystic almost came out with a double kill. Instead, Abyss is able to reset. 7 kills to his name so far in his map.
It's a fake, and it's not gonna make True Rippers budge. They're still leaving that one person in trailer, which is going to be the smartest thing to do. Fakes is not gonna fall for that fake, and the rotation in A already comes here. Oh, but then the trade, Abyss is gonna be able to even things up, and they still might think that Bravo is gonna be going down. This is going to be really good. If we can see here, they're gonna commit here in Bravo.
And, you know, Reckles is going to get some COD timing as he's rotating out. He's getting pushed by everyone towards the mid-map. He can't lose the bomb in this situation. He just needs to get to the site. And now the play is busted as bomb is lost towards back alley. The defenders of True Rippers looking like in this 2v2 situation, they may be going towards map point in a possible 2-0 lead over Revenant. What a blunder by the bomb carrier.
That would have been so good if they actually went into the Bravo, but it's a good thing that both of his teammates stuck together and just absolutely slayed everyone in their way. But it's still very possible for Techno to actually get this two-piece. The plant needs to go down, though. There's only 16 seconds left on the clock, and it just seems like they're both going into that alpha flag.
Oh, I don't think the second player saw him. He knows the first is running desperately. Big kill, and now he's going to fully rotate, knowing his opponent has to plant the bomb. Doesn't have enough time either. What a fantastic round from Techno. After killing a bomb carrier, he played it flawlessly.
Revenant just couldn't make their mind up. They had such a great play in having that fake into Bravo and eventually just leaving two people here in A. But sadly, whoever was actually having that bomb...
He did too much.
He did too much. Yeah, he should have just rotated
just
going to
ran
B.
to the side.
Exactly, knowing very well that B is clear.
Now, here we go. Heading into round number 9. Revenant, they need to get some plants down, get into this post-plant situation. They had a strong defense, but they need to work together quickly. You see this forward positioning from Abyss. He gets one, maybe a second, he will. Can he find a third? He knows where Kevin is. Here comes the flame towards back fire range. He gets Kevin, that's a three-piece for him in a round. Bones is next, and he gets the ace in a round. Techno, he ain't playing around, folks.
Techno is going to be having that AI precision, and he's going to take over the world. It's going to be a 2-on-1. Techno is going to be able to do a 10 kills to his name, but 17 seconds left on the clock. The pressure is on him.
Oh, can he do it? Can he do it? I got a little ahead of myself here, folks. I can't even lie. But in the end, Revenant is going to be able to take down Techno. The way the camera angle switched out, we watched Abyss pick up 3 kills.
Yeah.
We watched Abyss pick up 3 kills. And then from that moment on, we went to Techno's POV, and he got the double, and I thought Abyss got the ace, okay? I'm a little excited, folks. It's Championship Sunday. Bear with me here as we head into round number 10. Will we see another round 11? We're about to find out as we're kicking off with Oil as he's trying to make a play happen down towards B. But it will be Revenant getting that opening pick on Fakes.
Knowing these two teams, it will very be probable, and this is what it is. It's going to be a 5v3 situation, and they need to go and commit to a side. It just seems like Bravo is going to be a little bit too open. I feel like the plant is going to be going down. They're going to be leaving one person here into that wood house, going in for the flank. Is he going to be able to get one? Spots one, but then no, there's going to be 2 of them.
The reposition, I like it from Abyss, but he wasn't able to get out of harm's way. The bomb is about to go down at B. Bones loses the big gunfight in the middle while his teammates planning, but Zyro with the snipe in the back, he's able to pick up one. Reckles gets another, and now it's all up to Kevin to possibly clutch up this round and put his team up 2-0, but it's a 1v3, and Revenant, oh, hold up, it's a 1v2. Oh, Kevin repositions. He comes back out for the challenge. 20 on the clock. Lots of time to work with. He switches out to Shorty for a Finnick sniper combo. They stack up, and I love that play from Revenant. Be together in a position to be able to trade out those kills. We're going to another round 11. What's the play, Mommy?
It is no surprise that we are up here to this point. We can already see Abyss having that 13K. No one else can touch him, and maybe that one person is probably going to be Techno if he's going to pop off again like what he did in the last 2 games. But then here we go, Fakes. First very big opening kill.
And he pushes right through Trailer, takes over the game. He finds a second. That's 2 for Fakes. And he is letting his team know that you can count on him in the late game. Looking for the third. Give it to him. That's a 3-piece for Fakes. A 5v1 on the mat, and True Rippers looking to go 2-0 up in this series, getting some sweet revenge against Revenant from their series yesterday. And this time around, they may win around 11. And we got to get ahead of myself because Zyro, he picks up 1. Surely not with 19 seconds. 17 seconds.
No.
15 seconds. He needs a little bit more time. He run past a few, but he would have needed a collateral with that Shorty if he wanted to clutch up there. In the end, it will be True Rippers doing something special here on Championship Sunday.
True Rippers just always giving us a heart attack. But then they are in that path for revenge, and True Rippers wants to give Revenant the 3-0. They were like, you know what? Fakes actually listened to us. In that round number 5, he had a 0. And after that round, he got so many kills, and especially there.
You know what? I think he probably only got 2 deaths after that, okay? Just racked up. But the way he was able to just step it up under pressure on Championship Sunday in a qualification match, not a lot of players can do that, folks, okay? Man, what a fantastic map number 2. But folks, we got to hop back on over towards our winners finals. It's Insidious versus Vitality in map number 3. The winner of this one will get that 1 series lead in the grand finals. And as we can see, Mommy, we didn't get a chance to see the search and destroy, but Insidious, they're up 2-0 currently as we're in this domination.
I am not surprised that Insidious is actually in that position. They are the best S&D team in this tournament. And Vitality, they have a little bit of a hard time in Search and Destroy, knowing very well they pulled around number 11 yesterday. So it's going to be a very fast push here. 32, though, in 17.
All right, now, as we're heading on over towards P3, it is going to be Vitality with the spawns on the far left of the mini-map. Sorry, not P3, as they're going to be getting their home hill back. But the contestant here coming towards B in control room. As we're watching Burns, he gets taken out. Jolkos with the shorty. This is the perfect position in which you want this weapon, able to assist his teammate. Playing these corners tight. Trophy systems go down in the nick of time. But the kills are coming through, and there's absolute chaos here on top of this B hill.
Burns with the shutdown of Bravo, and those are going to be big kills that stops it from actually getting contained. It's going to be a 5-stack right now going into control room number 2. They need to get a hold of that top L into this second floor. Just because you have sights of Charlie and also Bravo, that is one position that you actually want to get. But no, they actually lose sight of that, and the Bravo control might actually ensue.
You know what? I tell you, I've seen some great shotgun gameplay in my life, folks, okay? And Joko's here in Championship Sunday. Man, he is hitting some full spreads with this shorty. But Sam, he's looking to match that energy. He can't do it. He's going to get mowed down there by Learn. And now this B hill will transition. Well, it's about to get decapped and transition back over in favor of Insidious. Maybe I'm too ahead of myself, but just in the nick of time, they get it. But Death needs to be careful. Jolkos comes in with the grab slam, only able to take down 1.
That was really unfortunate to see that he kind of wasted that just 1 bit. He should have probably had that, waited for his teammates to wait in there for the push, but he was just in there 1 by 1. They went in, and then just like that, it's going to be 61 and 65. It's going to be a back and forth right now for Insidious and Vitality, the top 2 teams right now of India, just really wanting to have that 50K.
Man, we're gonna have another lead change in this matchup. It goes in favor of Insidious, and talk about a close series. Vitality, they have to pick it up. They're down 0-2 in this series. But from what we've seen so far in this map number 3, Mommy, how do you like how Vitality is playing? Do you think that they have the opportunity to really take it in the second half?
Absolutely. They've been having a back and forth situation. You can see here it's only 3-point differential
Probably
here.
the closest half I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. From the side of Vitality, they've been having such a great and domination matchup. And yes, it's probably hardpoint that's probably their kryptonite here, but not for domination. You can already see it here. And Summit is their map.
Now on board with Neutrino. As you're going to start to see, he brings out the shorty, but he can't take down Jolkos. We had a shoddy battle on the stairs. Instead, it's going to be Insidious capping up the B hill for the first time, looking to pull away with the score. We'll see if they can do just that. We'll see how strong their defense is going to be. Trunks taking a lot of damage, but he's able to win that gunfight. 2 kills coming through for the side of Insidious, make it 3. And so far, they have their backside cleared out. They know exactly where their opponent is spawning it. It just comes down to them using that teamwork to lock this second half in.
Everything's coming out now. It's going to be the ops and also the score streaks. The Annihilator gameplay just having that spawn kill. They can't even go and cross inside control room number 2. But then, now that they've used it up, you can already know that it's going to be Vitality's turn to really just use up all of their arsenal. And now we're going to be seeing a full push here, going into that top L, going into that Charlie flag.
Oh, Sam's got hit with the concussion. He gets taken out. Here comes Insidious off the respawn. They still got they still got multiple players in the B hill controlling it, doing a good job taking down these players on the back stairs. Vega's super aggressive here towards the back, but he is drawing a lot of players' attention, and this is what he should be doing. What a beautiful double kill, not allowing Vitality to get past his first layer of defense to even be able to get into gunfights with his teammates.
Fennec is just too strong, and I'm so glad it's finally gonna get nerfed. And they need to go in for the control here, and Vitality always losing their gunfight here, but finally gets a hold of that top L, going in over, extending into the spawn, but then Neutrino is gonna be able to shut that down.
Now, Learn, he's rotating to cover the backside of B, making sure no one's here at the catwalk. Oh, he loses that gunfight to death. That can't happen. Delete the VOD, folks. But now, Vitality, they need to use this opportunity to get into B. But look at the score. We've already broke that 130 marker, and I think Insidious may have done the hard part already, but they just need to control one hill. Just keep doing what they've been doing. They have a lot of aggression being pressed towards the A hill as well, and they just keep moving that first layer of defense so far towards their opponent's side of the map, making Vitality dreams look hopeless here to win the winners finals. It's not looking good. Vitality may be the first team in the loser bracket finals, and I think, folks, it is going to be official. They had a lackluster performance to kick off the day. Insidious picking up where they left off, and they remain perfect so far in this tournament.
Perfection for the side of Insidious, and they've been showing everyone who is boss. There is a reason why they were #1 in India. There's a reason why they were the champs last year, and they're proving it to be they want to be the champs this year.
Yeah, they are definitely proving it. So congrats to Insidious. They move on to the grand finals, where they only have to win one more series to be your champs of the regional playoffs. But we still need to figure out who is going to play up against them. We know Vitality, they're knocked down towards the losers finals, and they're playing one of the winners of this last qualification match for champs. Okay, well, not one of these two winners. This is Vitality and Insidious, okay? But one of the winners of True Rippers and Revenant. As we know, that matchup has been absolutely wild, but True Rippers up 2-0 against Revenant, and we didn't expect that because Revenant, they had so many close games throughout the day. They gave Vitality the hardest matchup in day #1, and we know how great Vitality was playing, but we understand that it's levels to this now, okay? You got Insidious, you got Vitality, then you got Revenant, but True Ripper says, hey, you know what? We want to climb the ladder team by team, starting with Revenant first.
And we're going to be starting off super hot right now. It's going to be that crossfire domination. That Charlie flag is going to be essential. And this just seems to be like Revenant is going to be having that easy time. They need to go in for that defense, and that BC is probably going to be very nice to you. If you are going to be true, though, you need to go in for the rotation and cap C.
We'll see if they can stay true to it. They not new to this, they true to this, folks, okay? On board with Kevin as he shows us, he picks up one. Now, as he's looking to rotate towards the next, Kevin is gonna be okay having this height advantage, having the sidelines here towards mid-map. The setup's looking good too as well. Now we'll see, how can True Rippers find themselves another hill?
Okay, so I thought that True Rippers was actually finally going in for that rotation, and see, they had 3 players in Butchers and just 1 person from the side of Revenant, and they should have had that push. We keep seeing Revenant just being a little bit hesitant in terms of being a little bit aggressive.
Man, you know, that hesitation ain't gonna do you any justice here in Championship Sunday. Because you hesitate a little bit, you may miss a prime opportunity, but on the flip end, you could save your life from making a bad decision. Now here, Fakes, he's able to clean up a few of these players towards back alley, but this is all Revenant and their control over the B hill. When it comes down to breaking this B hill setup, Mommy, what advice can you give? How do you get in there? Because it looks so difficult being tightly cornered in this back alley.
Yeah, and this is going to be very ironic because Crossfire is known to be so open with your sniper angles, but you also have those tight corners at the very edges. You definitely want to have control of that center building, and also for Butcher as well. You're going to be seeing a lot of the time that True Rippers is going to be going in for that Butcher control, but then they just can't get any breaks. As we can see here, Abyss is going to be going in there for the Slay, and it's going to be very interesting just because for the side of True Rippers, they have a very bad map here just because they have 2 losses and 1 win here in Domination. Revenant, on the other hand, they've only had one loss in domination.
All right, and you know we're starting to see that. You know, those numbers and those stats, you know, come to fruition in the scoreboard is going to have the 75-46 lead for Revenant. When it comes down towards the kills, this is a team effort across the board for Revenant. No one in negative for them. They're feeling comfortable, but with the spawns being flipped, Revenant, I do believe they have the more advantageous side to the control is B-Hill.
Oh, actually, it's going to be True Rippers that has the advantageous side because they are in that Charlie flag. So the blue people really just heading on over and rushing here. They're going to be having a hard time, surprisingly, in that even though Alpha is going to be the less favorite side, Revenant still has that.
A big triple kill coming out here for True Rippers. Techno with the death machine in hand. He's able to pick up a few, but the Predator missile will take out, actually, it does not take out Kevin. Kevin will still be back here with the death machine in hand, and he's going to be able to keep this hill locked in, and they cannot afford to give this one up. They need to make this comeback happen. True Rippers, do they win it here in 3, or will Revenant be able to keep this lead? It's not looking good for Revenant in this moment, but we're seeing a push come down low towards the C side, Mommy.
Yep, that C push is going to ensue, but then there's going to be one person. Techno is going to be able to go in for the push as well. Gets one, and also his teammate is going to be coming in for the backup. Fakes and Techno, very big plays, just stopping that Charlie push and eventually flipping the spawn just because you know very well that they are going to be able to do that.
Oh my, I honestly, like, it's getting scary for the Revenant fans here. I know that they still have the lead, but these last few kills coming through from True Rippers, it seems like they have all the momentum in their favor. They're starting to streak out. We're going to see Reckles be able to pick up a double kill across map. We'll see how influential that's going to be here, but Techno, he's going to be in the middle. He's able to find one. Kevin still has these sight lines, these long-range sight lines with the Holger. He picks up one, gets help from Fakes, but Fakes with the Fennec can't win that gunfight against Bones. The B-Hill starting to get decapped, but as you see on the map, not for long, as multiple members from True Rippers will still be controlling this back alley. And man, they got this locked down.
In this second half, it's just big kills for the side of True. But then, no, you can see here, the triple cap is going to be ensuing.
The spawn's flipped.
The spawn is going to be flipping, but then
Kevin!
the reaction to Kevin again.
But no triple cap comes through. Revenant still has the lead in their favor. The A-Hill will flip. And still in this moment, True Rippers, they're just going to have to hold this setup like they did in the first half. It's unfortunate for them the spawns got flipped, but with us being in the late game, there's not much they can do about it. They just have to fight. They just have to win their gunfight. Cheese can't get the third. Reckles still in the hill. Fakes is trying to flip the spawns, but as we're here towards the late game, I don't know if he'll be able to do it, Mommy.
It's going to be so hard for them to push through just because they allowed that spawn flip to happen. And now one by one, they're just funneling through. This was supposed to be their game, but no, it's going to be so hard. 127 and 112 with B and C capped right now by Revenant. They're going to be having such solid defense. They're not going to be taking their eyes out here in Charlie.
Nah, they won't be taking their eyes off of this whatsoever. Fakes, he's able to pick up one. Reckles has the death machine. He finds two, but the entire squad of Revenant, they will stop all these decaps from happening, and now momentum is in their hands. You know, I think the play was made possibly by Oil and Bones to flip those spawns, because that's what won them the map. They were in that territory where I thought they were about to get 3-0'd. They were losing every single gunfight, but they found a way to get back control of this map after having a great first half performance. They were able to build off of that lead that they had and use that lead to really just kind of slow the map down and allow them to make some sound plays.
Those were such amazing plays for the side of Revenant. The responses were quick. They were there. They made in through that rotation in that second half, knowing very well that they're not going to be spawning into the favorable side. They kept going. It was shut down a couple times.
Yeah.
And for the third time, they finally went through. Third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm, folks. And whew, in that map number 3, Revenant was able to come through and keep themselves alive in this series after suffering 2 devastating close maps in maps 1 and 2. We went to a round 11, they lost it, and map number 1 was 150 to 147, and they lost it as well. This could have easily been a 3-0 in favor of Revenant, but as you guys are seeing in the highlight package, this game number 3 was just as close.
It was just as close because you see the points just trickling down for the side True Rippers, and they just let it go at the very last second. When we saw that Charlie cap, it was game over for the side of True Rippers, and Revenant just was able to capitalize everything. And I thought they were going to be going down just because of how heavily defended Bravo was. You saw so many score streaks there. You even saw that sentry gun and that Carter take out everyone.
Yeah, nah, you did. And, you know, just the great uses of the streaks there throughout both these squads. Talk about an exciting day of Call of Duty mobile action, folks. This Championship Sunday, and the winner of this series will be the last team qualified from champs in this region. But my God, look how close this one is. And we're about to head on over towards standoff on Hardpoint. Mommy, how you feeling about this map and both of these squads' Hardpoint gameplay?
Hardpoint is going to be so easy right now for both of these teams just because of how well they played. But then for Revenant, I think they have a little bit more of an edge just because they beat out Vitality one map here. They were able to actually win one search and destroy as well from them. But then you know what? It's going to be Hardpoint, and it's going to be in standoff. Standoff, they were actually able to win against 3RBA here. So that's an advantage.
That is going to be an advantage here. They got some reps on this map already, and they got some big victories so far in this tournament. But can they get us to a game 5? That's what we want. I know you want it as well. I know you guys wanted it in chat also because, man, when it comes down to the gameplay in which we saw so far to just kind of kick off the Championship Sunday, we got our winners finals. We then had a qualification match. We watched Insidious stay perfect in this tournament. Oh, man, it's just a lot going on. Can Insidious 12-0 everybody to be the champs?
It's crazy. It's very possible, but honestly, whoever comes up from that lower bracket will definitely stop that.
Yeah.
If we see Revenant pull through here, I feel like that could be the team that can do that.
Ooh, Revenant. Oh, man. You know what? And I don't even disagree with you on that one because when it came down to Revenant series yesterday against Vitality, it was one of the closest series we saw throughout the day. Out there, S&D went towards either 10 or 11 rounds, and then when it came down to all of the respawns, the point differential was within 30 each and every one of those maps. So we know Revenant can compete with the best, and they're one of the most versatile teams that we have out here. And maybe after going through this loser semis and getting that qualification pressure off their shoulders, going into that losers finals, they'll be able to, you know, play a little bit more freely, you know, get a little bit more aggressive, make some big plays happen.
Most definitely, but True Rippers, we're seeing a different team today. It's like everything just flipped and turned around. And speaking of that turnaround, this is a very essential game right now for the side of True Rippers. If they win this, they're going to be moving forward. And for the side of Revenant, if they lose this, it's game over for them.
Game number 4 here. Can Revenant get us to the map 5, or will True Rippers be our last team heading to champs from this region? We're watching Cheese currently as he's going to be towards Top Grandma's. He drops down, he picks up one, but Bones finds 2 in the hill.
2 in the hill, and we're going to be seeing 2 people in the hill right now. Kevin is going to be the only person here for his team, but then he does get taken out by Reckless. It's going to be that true gunfight here coming in for the side of Revenant just because of how many points they're already getting.
Man, this is true chaos here in this point number 1, you ask me. Techno, he never misses a beat. Comes in, finds one, his teammates find 2 other kills on the outskirts. Nice job there just being able to lock in this choke point. The entire squad of True Rippers, they're picking up multiple kills here towards the mid-map, but we got to look at this rotation towards P2, where True Rippers will be able to get set up, and those kills that came through were important kills for this current rotation, which they have, but they're going to have to be careful watching that window, that hop-up window, which you can get towards P2.
Good rotation right now. I'm really seeing super solid rotation from both of these teams. And yes, the early rotation came in for the side of True, but then no, they weren't able to capitalize on that as the contest is going to be happening right now from Revenant. It's going to be Abyss and also Cyro up in that second floor. But then, just like that, the whole team already for True Rippers are going to be there.
Oh, big gunfight for Abyss. He's going to win another gunfight as well, picking up a big double kill to keep this hill contested. 27 points left. Kevin's going to try his hand, and Abyss says, stay in the abyss, okay?
He says sit down. He gets rid of 3 players, and absolutely with the contest, they get no points there. And the rotation already needs to pull through, and it's going to be Revenant. They're already sitting very comfortably, and they're going to be setting up their defense.
Now, the defense set up. Few trophy systems go down just to protect the rotation here for True Rippers. Zyro is able to find one. You see the Sentry turret placed on the top side of the roof. And also with Revenant picking up a few kills, they got multiple score streaks around this P2. Here comes the Predator missiles, and they're starting to push out a little bit too as well, just trying to get that defense as far out as possible. Reckless with a double kill, and the entire kill feed over like the last 15 frags have all went in favor of Revenant.
I mean, it's really no surprise just because how heavily defended P3 is. No one can go in. 2 sentry guns already. One's going to be coming out when you go on top of that roof, and one going up the stairs. That's basically it. But what I'm really worried about is that they were able to get a lot of util here, but for the next hill, that's the most important hill that you need to go and defend. And yes, they get a lot of points here, but you can see it's going to be a very early rotation for the side of True Rippers.
All right, True Rippers. In P3, they got about 20 seconds on the clock before the hill officially changes over, but what can Revenant do with that 20 seconds? We already see the rotation coming through. They're taking some aggressive gunfights. They know that they'll have time to challenge, respawn, still put themselves in a position to capture this hill, but they're taking some risky fights to be able to get into here and get set up before their opponent will just kind of, they just want to break True Ripper's setup before the hill officially changes over, but they was not successful. As you see, True Rippers collecting on the time, but only 1 player left in the hill, and Fakes, he needs to go huge. He can't take out Bones, but he brought Kevin enough time to make the rotation. Reckless comes in with the death machine, and once it's all said and done, I think Revenant, they played that rotation flawlessly.
That was perfection. They were able to just flush them out. True Rippers having such a hard time with these gunfights. And yes, they had a very bright moment here into P4, but no, in the bakery, you're not going to be having your bread just because of how well Revenant's actually going to be able to do here. And speaking of bread, Blaze actually knows how to make some bread, and I'm so excited for him to actually go make me some.
Well, you know what? Yes, I do, but I don't get my sourdough started here. We're just going to have to, you know, just ferment here while we're watching this game instead. It is kind of hot in here. It's perfect temperature for fermentation, but we will not get that nerdy here about bread making, okay? As we're going to see almost 120 points on the scoreboard for Revenant. Just 35 more needed to be able to lock it in, okay? Folks, just to remind you, whoever wins this matchup, they're the last team to go into stage number 5. This is a qualification match, and Revenant is looking like they're going to be pushing us to a game number 5. Abyss wins that gunfight. What the hell?
What the absolute heck? As you can see here, going to be that sentry gun in that corner. That's going to be very deadly as everyone is actually going to be spawning out right now. True Rippers are going to be having a hard time in here for that defense as well. But then just one big player, just one big play. Tecto is not going to give up. Still getting all of those scrap points. 20 seconds is going to be huge, but then the pinch is going to be coming along. Big kills, but then he does get traded out.
10 more points needed for Revenant. Enough on the clock. The hill's contested, but not no longer. They could still win off of this one. True Rippers, they're nowhere close by to the hill. They're spawning so far away. We're going to a game 5 between Revenant and True Rippers. What a time to be alive.
Oh my gosh! 149 to 59! I thought it was actually done, but no, we're going to be rotating going into that second hill. Yes.
I locked it in, but it's official now.
But finally, a very huge win for the side of Revenant. Yet again, it's always going to be these 2 teams.
It is always going to be. And me and Mommy, we chalked it up. We said, all right, True Rippers, you're done with this one. No way in hell you can break this hill. It's just 3 seconds needed. All of a sudden, I'm like, why do I still hear these gunshots happening behind me? In the end, it still goes in favor of Revenant. And so far, they are trying to make this reverse sweep possible. But if it's one thing I think I've noticed so far, these last 2 maps have not been as close as the first 2 maps. So it kind of seems like Revenant's waking up here, and they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and cleaning up their gameplay.
they're heating up. They're just about to get started. And having that, getting the ball rolling, especially in the Search and Destroy, it is not going to be easy because True Rippers, they've been absolutely dominating in Search and Destroy. I'm not going to be surprised if there's going to be a 5-6 here again.
I won't be surprised at all either if we go to a round 11. I'm pretty sure that's what you guys all want in the chat as well. Let us know, who do you want to win this series, because I can't call it. Mommy can't call it. Neither can Bobby or Veli as well. We're just here for the ride. And what a ride it's been. It's been a roller coaster. But when it comes down to this series, it has just, from map 1, 2, 3, and 4, it has just been fermenting for this map number 5. And we are all about to have a delicious slice of action coming up here on this Search and Destroy. So let's talk about Search and Destroy and both these teams' success so far throughout the tournament, Mommy. Who are you kind of leaning forward to?
It's going to be so difficult, but surprisingly for me, Hackney Art Search and Destroy True Rippers have an upper hand. Just because they were able to play 2 maps here already against NS and Godlike, and they were the team to just boot them out.
All right, yeah, and you know what? Both of those teams yesterday, they were hungry, okay? Especially down there towards the loser side of the bracket. They were not trying to get eliminated, and they gave it everything in which they had. But True Rippers, they fended off against them. But can they fend off against this Revenant team? Folks, the Map 5 is about to be underway. What a day it's been so far. We got the chance to see an epic 3-0 shutdown from Insidious over Vitality. But now in this series, this one goes the distance to a Map 5. Oh, what a time to be alive.
This is the exact opposite of what happened in our game earlier. Matchup number 5. In Hackney Art Search and Destroy, all you need to do is get that top L control and you're going to be good. No matter what game that you play here, if you get that top L, best believe that power position is going to make you win. Yeah, it is going to make you win. Mommy, let's lock it in here. The last map of what the team who wins this one, they go to stage 5. It all comes down to this. From stage 1, 2, and 3. They've done everything in which they can to make it to this point. It just comes down to them winning 6 rounds in a Search and Destroy. The bomb's going down early for Revenant. Strap yourself in, folks. And this is what they say, right? Search and Destroy wins championships. And like what we did a while ago also, pros don't fake. If we're going to be seeing it here, then I'm not going to be surprised if we get to see it again. But then both of these teams, 4 people still apiece. It's going to be so hard right now. But Reckless, big kills. Big kill from Reckles there. 4v2 situation in favor of Revenant. They make it a 4v1, and they're going to be able to lock in round number 1. We saw 3 big kills come in from Oil in that round, and I'm happy we did because, as you said, pros don't fake. It was him in that play yesterday with the Ninja Defuse to clutch up and that Search and Destroy for a squad to progress them on. Man, if you guys missed yesterday to kick off this tournament, where the hell were you? Okay, you should have been here with us watching all the action, but we're happy to have you today for Championship Sunday, and we hope you are entertained because we know that we are. Now Bones, he's on the flank. He takes down Fakes. He sees the second kill in Techno, but does he get too overzealous? Does he want to be aggressive? And he wants to make the play for his squad, and he does just that. Finds 2. Surely he doesn't take out Mystic as well. Cheese comes in. Zyro on the flank. He's going to miss that first shorty shot. Only 1 left in. I don't think he can reload it. In the end, it's going to be a 3v1. It's all up to Kevin. And once again, Revenant with a great start here on offense. Revenant has been doing such a good job here at the offense. They're applying so much pressure, getting all of those power positions as well. And Kevin is going to be the only person left here in this team, the only hope to win this round. And if it's going to be one person, it will be Kevin. Having that top L, having those sights is going to be easy, but then it's not going to be so. But then gets the kill off of Zyro. Big kill. Kevin says, I'm going to stage 5. I'm going to stage 5. I'm going to do it for the squad. Oil versus Kevin. Kevin made the wrong read, and it was a 50-50 decision. In the end, it's going to be Revenant who wins round number 2. Great effort from Kevin, but that's a tough spot to be in. It's a lot of angles to clear. Just made the wrong choice. Definitely, that would be the last thing you ever want, was to have that 1v2 or 1v3 situation, and Kevin just played that to perfection. And then sadly wasn't able to peek into the left corner, and just Oil was in that head glitch, and he just does not miss. We're going to be seeing an engagement here. Bones against Mystic. Who's going to win it? Oh, he doesn't know he's there. He's going to back up a little bit.
But Mystic is going to see him. The quick turn from Bones. Mystic, he gets his first blood. He says, I'm out of here, okay? I did my job already. Man advantage for True Rippers. And them being on the defensive side, this is such an important round for them. And surely the double kill, even though Kevin didn't clutch up the round 2, I know his teammates, they got that reassurance. Okay, our star player, he's popping off. Let's match his energy. Let's get some kills on the board and try to get this map number 5 all tied up 2-2 and not let it run away from him. You don't want this to get out of control because Revenant, man, their aggression off the start, they really set the pace.
Oh, Abyss with the overpush, getting 1 kill, but the Cheese is going to be right below him.
Oh
Gets
my
the
God.
2nd kill. Big kills right now for Abyss, and now it's going to be just like that, a 4v3 situation, but then he's going to be getting another. Yes,
No
he
way.
does. Gets the 3rd. Is he going to be able to get the ace?
No way. Abyss, he has his 2 teammates with him. He's going to be guarding. The ace not a factor anymore as Reckles, as his teammates are starting to go down here. Kevin will be the last kill, and that's a 3-0 lead for Revenant. Mommy, what are they doing? What are they doing right here on the offensive side? Why can't True Ripper stop them from the defense?
They are having a very hard time with the aggressions, the individual gunfights. They keep losing it, and they keep letting individual gunfights lose. Not only that, they keep getting multi-kills, and Abyss with that 3-piece was just absolutely crushing for them. They have really solid defense, yes, but then they're not winning it. But then, very big kill for the side of Techno.
Revenant 3 rounds away from qualifying for stage 5. But here in round 4, True Ripper says it is not going to be that easy. We will fight back. 5v3 situation for the defense. And now they're feeling comfortable. Multiple players grouped up. Fakes is going to be the only player over here towards his B side of the map. He's tucked in his corner. Surely Bones doesn't see him, and Fakes is going to be able to pick up the kill. He also gets the intel and the bomb dropped as well. 2 more players are going to start to rush up, but I think Fakes did reposition a bit. No, he didn't. He gets the 3-piece.
Fakes always with that patience, and we saw it a while ago in firing range. Trailer was his kingdom, and it just seems to be like it's going to be Office 2F as well. That was a very good patience gameplay, and it was big kills for him. And finally popping off, finally doing his job at really just winning those individual gunfights. And now the rotation is going to be coming into this alpha flag yet again. Might be able to actually go and clear out the premises though, but not quite able to do so as Techno for the shutdown.
Big shots from Techno. Cheese gets the call out that his players inside the A site. He's going to reposition, calling for help, but will help come in time for him. They have bombed down, and so now the entire defense is tightening up. But what a big kill from Abyss. He goes in, picks up 2. Revenant looking so fearsome, but now a 3v3. Fakes is not going down without a fight, but the bomb will go down here at the A site.
You would always need 1 person here in that 3F into that P4, but then Oil, big kills, gets rid of Mystics. It's going to be Fakes all alone left here with 3 members of Revenant. There's going to be big sights over here. Fakes gets a kill. It's going to be a 2v1 situation. It's so very doable for a guy like Fakes.
So winnable. I love the smoke at the door, but is that his route? There's 20 seconds on the clock. He's going to dodge the nades. He moves through. He's going to slide in. They see him. And into the Abyss he goes. Revenant 4-1 in the first half of this Search and Destroy. What a crazy offense from him, an aggressive offense, and it was led by Abyss and Oil. 6-2, 7-3 for them. True Rippers, can they match that energy? Can they set the pace on this offense and put Revenant off tilt here? We're about to find out, folks, because Revenant 2 rounds away from going to stage 5, going to the Call of Duty Mobile Championships. True Rippers are underdog of this tournament. They need to step it up now. They need to do something special.
Something special that we still have yet to see. But then something special is about to happen here as Oil and Cheese might be able to go in for that gunfight. Here's the footstep. Doesn't quite see the corner, doesn't check the corner, but then does get the trade out though.
That's the most important thing right there. And that's why you need to be rocking that buddy system, playing with a teammate, just having someone close by in case things go wrong. But Bones, he finds the angle top roof. The bomb didn't go down. He has the intel, and now the rest of his teammates can move a little bit towards his B site and take some better angles. Fakes wins a huge gunfight, one in which he was caught off guard. But that second one, he wasn't. He's able to get the double kill. Bomb's officially about to go down here for True Rippers, and this is a must-win round for him.
A very far rotation for Cyro, and he's only going to be having a shorty. That's going to be very hard, but then he does have a sniper in hand, so it's still very doable for him to really just get those picks. Mystic should not go in over push and just stay in that corner, but then does spot one. Spots Kevin. He needs two
No
more.
way. Fakes. He's about to have a shorty fly on top of his head. Oh! My God, I felt that one. My side. Zyro, 14 on the clock. He gets it done. The clutch comes through. Revenant 1 round away from qualifying for Stage 5. And Zyro, throughout this entire series, had been making big plays like that, especially within the S&D.
Let me paint you guys at home a picture. We're casting this game. Bobby and Veli are on the table, and we just look at each other when they actually got that clutch. Cyro was absolutely crazy. Getting that was so essential, and right now we are at match point. One more win for Revenants is going to finally get them a spot into that World Championships.
Fakes has been a star for this True Ripper squad. Him and Kevin. Techno Mystic, this entire team has done so much, but Fakes with another big kill to kick it off for True Rippers on the offense. We'll see if he can find another. Bones is going to be in the area, but Fakes will have help of Techno at the B site. They find themselves another kill. Kevin's going to be able to outsnipe Zyro. Some confidence there in a long-range battle, but Bones up close finds one. In the end, it's going to be a 3v1. True Rippers cannot let this round pull away from them. It's a must-win, and so far so good, but they just lost a 1v3 the round before. Surely not. Surely this is not how the tournament will end, and it will not be. Mystic finds the kill. True Rippers, they have to do the full sell.
We know True Rippers. We know they can turn things around into a round 11. 2-5. They just need to slow it down, play for picks. They forget the bomb, pick up the bomb, and there you go. They need to go in there for the push. A very passive play. But then it's going to be Office yet again. Warehouse is going to be another point of contention.
It may not be a full sale, but it's still a long distance here for True Rippers to make it to that round 11. No opening kills off the start. We're looking at the setup of both these squads, and you know, Fakes and Techno have had a lot of success down there towards the B hill, but because of that success, Revenant is starting to stack that area of the map. Reckles is playing it close. I don't think anyone saw him, but you see, I think a few players trying to wall bang that wall, just get him out of that position. Reckles took a lot of shots. He will reposition. And from the mini-map, it seems like Revenant is just going to hold the positions in which they got. Oh, no, this could be bad for Techno. He sees Reckles in the corner, but he wins the gunfight. Abyss is above, and I like Techno pushing through, taking as much of the map as he possibly can, because this is no time to play passive, folks, okay? You have to play with confidence. You have to play together as a unit. Zyro will find a kill with that snipe. It's a 4v2, but now a 3v2 still in favor of True Rippers, but Zyro, if he can pick up a snipe here, it is doable, but instead it's going to be a 3v1. Can he clutch up again? Shorty and snipe in hand, 20 on the clock. But he will not be able to. True Rippers, they find another round, and if they didn't let that 1v3 go from Zyro before, we'll be all tied up 4-4. But it's still possible. It's just that True Rippers, they just have to play perfect, but these last 2 rounds, I think, has been pretty damn good from him. Wow, through the smoke.
Kevin.
He wants to go to stage 5.
Yes, he wants to go to stage 5. All of these guys, all of these 10 guys want to go there.
No way.
Then Fakes tries to get that with the RPD, but no, doesn't quite get it. He's going to be able to just stay here. He just needs to chill out just because of how many players right now of Revenant are going to be stacking B heavily.
They are stacked.
They need to get in that information. They are going to be playing passively, though. There's going to be just one more person that needs to go in for that rotation.
Oh, boy. And the way that Revenant is moving as a 3-man unit, as a pack, they're trying to predict the play, have the foresight that the bomb may go down at the A site, and I think that's some great foresight from them, as they will be exactly where they need to be, but they're not getting too much intel. They spread out into a 2-2. That's the best that's the best thing that they can do here from this defensive side, especially while they got some rounds to play around with. Player 4 is going to be Oil. He gets a lot of intel as he's pushing forward a little bit more, getting himself some more terrain, some more map control. That comes with intel. But Techno, he's able to take him out. Abyss finds a kill on Techno. That's bombed down. But now a 1v2. It's all going to be up to Cheese to keep his team alive in this tournament. Snipes in hand. Can he be the hero? Zyro, he's going to be to the left. He may get the angle. Zyro saw him, I think, for a slight second. Not sure. Revenant knows that the bomb is still going to be down. They will. But Cheese, so much pressure on his shoulders. Zyro, he pushes out of A. The COD timing does not come through, and Revenant will progress on through to stage 5. Congratulations.
Revenant with a reverse sweep, and that is my favorite moment in this particular tournament, just because we already know top 2 is secured.
Yeah.
This is the team that really fought tooth and nail, and they deserve to be here.
They deserve to be here for real, because after they lost the first 2 maps in a fashion in which they did 150 to 47, around 11 S&D, some squads will not be able to recover from that, okay? I know players out there who will fold, put their backs against the wall, put their head between their legs, and just get themselves out of this tournament, but Revenant didn't do that. They said, nah, we're gonna fight. They fought through the Dom. They fought through the hard point. They fought through this S&D with the reverse sweep. Congratulations to them. It's a tough loss for True Rippers, but Revenant, they says, hey, we want more. We want stage 5. They got it, but now they want to win the playoffs.
They want to be in the playoffs. They really want that 50,000. And honestly, we would love to see that underdog story. I've seen it before. That reverse sweep, winning that domination match, really picking it up, snowballing it till the very end. That is scary to me. If I'm watching this, if I'm Insidious or Vitality, I think they need to go and really just study whatever just happened here and make sure that doesn't happen to them.
Ooh, I hope they got enough time to do so. That's where coaches come into play, folks, because they ain't going to have much time between the losers finals and the grand finals. But Revenant doing something that special in the first match of the day, in the qualification match for stage 5, with them being down. Now they have that. Now they know that they have that clutch factor on Championship Sunday. It's confirmed. The entire team knows that, hey, we can do this. So their confidence is going to shoot through the roof as they are looking to get some revenge on Vitality.
That clutch factor that we saw for Revenant for day 1 and day 2. Let's take a look though with what happened for today. Takeoff and Hardpoint, what an absolutely close matchup. We thought Revenant was actually going to be taking the cake, but no, in the last ditch effort, we saw True Rippers just ripping through that Hardpoint and Takeoff. 150 and 47. Firing Range Search and Destroy 6 and 5. Again, it's tooth and nail. It's so close.
And you know what? The MVP of this series, I think it's Oil, because it was whoever flipped the spawns on domination in that second half. They don't flip the spawns on domination in that second half, I think they're out of this tournament. But that was the play to get them map number 3 and to keep them in this series, okay? So that's the series layout there for our loser semifinals. But folks, as you guys know, the winners finals, they ended a while ago. They were super quick, and you're about to find out why. Insidious, well, one of the hottest 3-0s we saw so far in the tournament against our first seed, not one of our better teams, against our first seed in Team Vitality. Insidious, they remain perfect so far.
Perfection is the name of the game, and it just seems like Vitality just couldn't handle that. Crossfire Hardpoint, I was not surprised that happened, just because Vitality, that's their weakest map in their game mode as well. 41, they didn't even cross over that half mark. So, I mean, that's very impressive for me. But then Insidious has a lot to go for.
Yeah, they do got a lot to go for. But just 3 more maps for them, and they will be your regional playoff champions and have it going towards champs with all the confidence in the world, knowing that they're the best in the Middle East and South Asia region. But we got to get to that point. But before we get there, we got to break down this action that happened. And I can't think of no better people to do so than Belly and Bobby.
Mommy, this has been absolutely crazy so far, and I'm going to be completely honest. When it came down to True Rippers versus Revenant, with a 2-0 lead at the beginning, True Rippers was straight ripping through them, and then the comeback happened, and now Revenant are going to play against the final bosses if they get through and win against Vitality. That is going to be insane. Bobby, what are your thoughts so far? That was a back-and-forth match, man. That was insane.
That was so crazy. And the craziest part was in the game 5, that could have gone either way. If we don't see that 1v3 clutch, it would have been tied up 4-4 at one point, going either way, but just absolutely mentally shattering whenever that happens. And True Rippers just couldn't bounce back from it.
Absolutely crazy. But you know what? Let's take a look at the winner's side of the bracket to see what happened so far. In Vitality, the team that I was hyping up and highlighting all weekend, they actually caught a huge loss, an 0-3 one, and it's pretty insane. We know who's playing in the finals.
Yeah, Insidious, as we expected, really dominating in the respawns, and they really, especially in game number 1, just torched Vitality, who, like we said, was the #1 seed coming into this.
Yes, so Insidious, congratulations. You guys put up in a big way, got the big dub, and they are going to be a finalist, the first team in the grand finals. But on the loser side of the bracket, man, that one still stings me, Bobby. True Rippers, they were so close, man, but they couldn't pull it out at the end. And Revenant will be playing against Vitality, and once again, we're gonna have a rematch.
It's definitely going to be a good one. I think that right now Revenant has to be at an all-time high in regards to their confidence, especially whenever you pull off a reverse sweep like that against a team that seemed like they had what it takes, maybe even to take out a team like Vitality, and Vitality seeming very, very shaky right now. I think we've got an opportunity for an upset.
Revenant's mental game is on point, but what's going to be on point is the next matchup, and I can't wait. Revenant will be playing off against Vitality, and the winners will go straight to the grand finals. Things are heating up right now for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, but we'll see you guys after this break for some more hot Call of Duty action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, where I'm your host, Veli, and I'm here with Mommy. We're having a good time. But also, don't forget, Season 6 is out, and the long-awaited Undead Siege mode is finally here. And you said you were scared of zombies. Are you going to be trying it out?
Okay, I was talking to Bobby a while ago, this morning, before we actually started. I was like, you know what, I'm so scared to do it. Can you just, tell me the ropes? How's it going to be? He explained it to me. It actually sounds so fun. I want to go kill some zombies right now.
Yes, and speaking about all the action that's coming along with Season 6, we actually have a lot of action right now. Revenant versus Vitality. If you guys missed out on the series that just ended, you're missing out in the biggest way, because South Asia and the Middle East, they're showing up in a big way. But the beautiful people that will be commentating, Bobby and Blaze, what are your thoughts so far on this amazing matchup coming up?
Man, an amazing matchup indeed that's going to be coming up, Veli and Mommy, because these two teams yesterday, when we got a chance to watch them play, Bobby, towards the winner's side, it was the winner's semifinals. Whew, it was the closest one we saw so far. It was the closest series, and every single respawn game was within 30 points, okay? It was 132 to 150, a Revenant win in the first hard point, went down towards the round 11 in S&D, and then a 30-point differential in a domination in the hard point for Vitality to come away on top with it. But with Revenant coming off a crazy series against True Rippers, I think the scores will be just as close, if not more, in favor maybe of Revenant.
Yeah, you got to think there's going to be a huge mental aspect to what's happening in this matchup. Number one, the reverse sweep for Revenant. Number two, the 3-0 that Insidious was able to secure up against Vitality. Those two are not going to go the way of Vitality in any way.
Oh, and not in any way whatsoever. But when it comes down towards Vitality, let's learn a little bit more about the squad and see how did they get prepared coming into this tournament.
Hey guys, I'm Monk. I'm the captain of Team Vitality. We're competing in Stage 4 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship from the South Asia and Middle East region. So I started with Call of Duty as a franchise in 2010 with Black Ops 1. Started playing COD Mobile in March of 2020 when a friend suggested it to me, and never looked back since then. We are having this conversation today. It used to be just chilling and, having fun, winning ranked matches. And now it's all about competition. So if you ask me today what is the best thing about playing Call of Duty, it's winning, right? And it's gone from just beating people in public matches to now, making sure that you win for your fans and everybody else. So that's my favorite thing at this point. Going into something like Stage 4, we don't have a set list of teams that, would be a threat to us. I think every single team would be an equal threat to us. We have to treat every single team as the same threat. So I won't name one, but yeah, all 7 we'll watch out for, and they should do the same, I think. I think a lot of people misinterpret grinding to just playing the game again and again and thinking that, I'll just become a pro player out of this. The best of the best, I feel, in every game, not only COD Mobile, they really enjoy what they're doing, and that's when they turn into a pro player. And that's what I try to live by. So yeah, that'll be my advice for everyone, always.
Vitality coming into this tournament with a lot of respect for everyone across the board. And I think that is a great mentality because they have been challenged, okay? And do you think they're giving people a little bit too much respect?
I don't think so. I think a lot of it might just be the first game jitters. I think that might be part of the reason it was as much of a blowout as it was against Insidious, because I think most people would still consider this to at least be a top 2 team in the region. And hopefully now that they're a little bit more warmed up, they'll be a little bit more ready to go.
Yeah, we'll see. Now let's take a look at the losers bracket and see how did our squads get here in the tournament. But as you can see, Revenant, they dropped a little bit earlier than most, having a 3-1 victory against 3RBA. That was an S&D that went down to round 11, but they move on for a Mat 5 victory over True Rippers. And now, as you can see, just kind of their progression, their tournament just keeps getting harder and harder and harder. Now they have to go up against Vitality, and they get a rematch against a team that sent them to the losers bracket.
Yep, it's going to be a really, really tight one. And right now, I mean, Revenant has to just be at an all-time high with what they've been able to pull off. They also just secured a spot in Stage 5 of the COD Mobile World Championships. That means they're going to get a shot at $2 million, or at least their portion of it. So on top of the fact that they also increased their prize pool winnings in Stage 4, that just has to really be driving them right now.
It definitely does have to be driving them, because I think the matchup that had the most pressure for them was the True Rippers matchup that went down to the map number 5. But with that pressure off of their shoulders, finally, now they can kind of, get a little bit looser here against Vitality. Play that revenge tour. They've already played them once, and it was the closest series that we saw yesterday, and so they just got to make a few little slight adjustments going up against them. Do you know what some of those adjustments may be?
Honestly, right now, I feel like they are hitting their stride. I think both of those first games against True Rippers could have gone either way. It was, what, a 1-round difference in S&D?
Yeah.
It was a 3-point difference in Hardpoint. That was just an absolutely mind-boggling game to watch, but I think really they just got to focus on the fundamentals, making those rotations, and ultimately communicating to the number one thing you got to be doing.
Yeah, ultimately, indeed. And, as you guys see here, this was the Revenant and the True Rippers series, and as Bobby was talking about it to kick off this morning, a 3-point differential in the first hard point. That was this map here, where, you're going to see Revenant pretty much have control throughout majority of this game, but it was the last few seconds. It was on P3. True Rippers I believe they had a death machine towards the end. It was actually, I think, Techno and Cheese came through. They got some big kills, and they were able to get the final few seconds on the hill. This is where I thought Revenant was going to win it. It was with Bones in a death machine, but in the end, they just got a little bit too comfortable, I guess. They felt like they were going to have it, but big-time players made some big-time clutch plays. Then we come over here and they lose around 11.
Yeah, I will say the first round of the S&D looked very, very sloppy for Revenant. When you send 3 players one by one to push into bathrooms, there's just not a whole lot you stand to gain from that, especially when you're on the defensive side. So, especially on the S&D, there's a lot of opportunities for improvement. I think if they played that round differently, it could have ended a lot earlier, maybe a game 4, whatever it would be, but there's definitely some pretty big room for improvement. I think their snipers have been hitting their shots, and they've been making those clutch plays like we saw time and time again, especially that 1v3 in game number 5. But definitely, I think that S&D is the one place that Revenant really can improve.
Yeah, they definitely can, because I got to be honest with you folks, the last 3 times that Revenant has played Fire and Range on Search and Destroy, they have all went to around 11. So they've lost the last 2, or they lost the last 2. They won their first round 11, but it just shows how close their S&Ds have been going against everyone in who they play against. Rather it be True Rippers, Vitality, or 3RB. Just their S&D is going to have to get a little bit cleaner on some of these rounds, especially if they want to take down Vitality and Insidious, the last 2 teams standing in their way.
And I think there are definitely situations where it makes sense to be aggressive in Search and Destroy, but especially on the defensive side, unless you're going for a heavy flank, you typically don't want to wolf pack it, and that's, I think, a mistake that they've been making a lot in Search and Destroy, something they can really solidify. To put themselves in a better position, you do have to give them so much credit for the way that they played this game of domination. Weak side in the second half, still able to get that flip for C, and that was really the game changer for them and what saved the entire series.
It really did save the entire series, because they were set up to lose that Dom. Some big plays being made at C, and they were able to carry this energy on over towards the hard point here on standoff, and then that last S&D on Hackney Yard. What a fantastic way to qualify through a reverse sweep. We know some fans out there, they wanted to watch the winners finals. They wanted to watch here in this qualification match, but I think we got the best of both worlds. Like, I would have rather seen this game and watched the 3-0 towards the back end rather than watch that absolute stomping by Insidious against Vitality, and we did get a chance to see some of it.
Yeah. Insidious definitely came with their A game, and they do that every time. People know this is the most feared team in all of India right now, and there's a reason for it. Even with the amount of experience that Vitality has, the amount of practice they put in, Insidious is just on a different level, and I think it's a good thing for both of these teams that whoever gets to go on to those winners bracket finals, or rather our grand finals, is going to have an opportunity to get a little bit more of a warm-up and potentially be in a rhythm as they do head into that matchup.
Yeah, and being in a rhythm is something that's super important here on the Championship Sunday, because sometimes that rhythm doesn't come through. The kills aren't there. This team synergy ain't there. This is still a 5v5 COD, okay? And when it comes down to 5v5, sometimes the comms can get a little bit cluttered. You know, some players aren't playing their best today. They're off rhythm. One player can mess up the entire rhythm of the squad. But when that happens, you need big-time players to make some big-time plays. And, you know, we saw that throughout multiple players there on Revenant, rather if it was Oil, Zyro, Bones, Abyss, or Reckles, each one of them stepped up when their team needed them the most. And now that got them towards this Vitality series. But this is the last S&D, and that S&D right here is the only S&D that Revenant played that didn't go to around 11, but it almost did if Zyro didn't clutch up there. But you see the series layout of that one on your screen, the reverse sweep from Revenant. Whew, you love to see it, but what were they playing for? They just got top 3 officially, and that put them at the top portion of the money in our prize pool. That guaranteed them $8,000, but this next matchup in the losers finals, that's a $2,000 game.
Yeah, that's a huge difference, especially for people that are just getting started in their competitive career. And really, I think Call of Duty Mobile is still at its very beginnings on the esports side of things. Having that money to be able to invest back into your game, give you more time that you can actually just spend time playing the game rather than having to do other things, that can make a huge difference.
It can make a huge difference, but I tell you one thing, man, this music in the background is just, it got me going, okay? The rock music got me wanting to make a montage out here. And if you want to make a montage, you're going to need that rewind time feature there with Sony's Xperia to help clip all your best plays out there in 120 FPS, Bobby. I know you, as one of the biggest content creators out there in COD Mobile, you will love this.
Oh yeah, it just makes for some amazing content. Like, especially like you're talking about. If you're making a montage, you want to be able to slow things down.
Yep.
When you're hitting the quick scopes. You want people to be able to see every single frame of what you're doing. And at 120 FPS, when you slow that sucker down, it is clean and smooth.
Yeah, it is clean and smooth indeed, just like that phone there right there, the Mark III from Sony's Xperia. Make sure you grab it, especially if you want to be one of the best Call of Duty Mobile players out there in the scene. Now, as we come back here and bring it back towards our losers finals between Vitality and Revenant, ooh, this is going to come down to it. One squad is going home. The next is going to the grand finals to play up against Insidious. And Insidious, they have been playing to perfection. But if one of these two teams can give Insidious a run for their money after watching them so far throughout 2 days, who do you think it's going to be, Bobby?
I mean, with the way things are going today, coming into today, I probably would have said Vitality, but Vitality, even up against Revenant yesterday, looked shaky. A couple of those matches could have gone either way.
Yeah, they could.
I think momentum is such a big factor that Revenant has a really good shot at pulling off an upset and could potentially take a couple maps or even get the win against Insidious. Now, you got to keep in mind, whoever comes out of this is coming out of the losers bracket. So that means not only do they have to win one match of the grand finals, but they got to win two.
They got to win two. And, you know, I don't know if Vitality have, after losing 3-0 already, even if they get past Revenant, they still have to win twice against Insidious, and Insidious has a lot of confidence against them. You guys see the team stats on your screen so far throughout the day. When it comes down to map wins, actually not even just throughout the day, just throughout the entire tournament, Vitality 6/10 when it comes down to Revenant. Map losses, they're going to have 4. Revenant has 6, but the respawn KDA, that's what we got to kind of hone in on. It's super close between both these teams, and probably why the score line was super close when it came down to the respawns yesterday.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, Vitality, before the game started today, this was looking good for them. They were at 6 wins, 1 loss, and then they went up against Insidious, and just like that, they go from was pretty close to what, an 80% win rate all the way down to a 60% win rate. So Revenant definitely been stacking up a little bit there, and you can see their matches have been close, 10-6, pretty evenly split. The respawn KD is relatively comparable as well. I think it's going to come down to the S&D for these two teams.
Yeah, the S&D is going to be super important in this matchup because the respawns will be a coin flip each and every map, the hard points and the domination. But when we the one thing is that we do know we got some talented snipers across the board for both these squads. 2 players who are going to be able to really kind of open the doors for their team, and that's going to be Moonscope and Zyro, okay? Both of those guys, we watched Moonscope yesterday create some awesome plays. He even had a quick scope that came out that got a noise out of you that I ain't never heard before.
Yeah, that was probably the craziest shot that we've seen all tournament long, and I'm definitely excited to watch these two battle it out. Obviously, we've seen Zyro make the clutch plays. Both of these teams have struggled in firing range search and destroy, so there's a chance maybe we don't even see that and might see a little bit of a switch up on the search and destroy.
I wouldn't be surprised either if that happened.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that's going to be one that these guys pick, but maybe one of them might feel slightly more confident there.
Yeah, because like I was saying, when it came down to all the S&Ds Revenant had played in this tournament, outside of that Hackney Yard, they were all firing ranges that went to around 11, and they went 1 and 2 in that score count. So, but if I'm on the side of Vitality, if Revenant can't ban that map out, that fire range, and maybe they don't want to ban it out because, you know, so far you've played 33 rounds in this tournament. You have to be comfortable in some sense on it, right? Even though you've lost the majority of the times, 1 round difference, okay? You could have won it 3-0 and just a few extra plays go your way if it goes just a little bit better. But we'll see what the series layout is going to be in just a bit, but we do know what our first map is going to be. We're going to standoff on Hardpoint. It's our losers finals. Team Vitality versus Revenant. How you feeling about this first map?
I mean, if you're Revenant, you're super excited about this because you just completely destroyed True Rippers on this map in Hardpoint. You're feeling really, really good about your game plan, about your strategy. This is the perfect map pick for them and a huge opportunity to get off to a lead in this match.
Yeah, man. When it came down to it was their P3 hold right here when it came down to 2 sentries. They had it locked in. They got the entire 60 seconds. They were able to have a flawless rotation towards P4, and they were able to really just kind of lock. They locked this map in very cleanly, and it was it was the map with the biggest differential there in the entire series. The closest, well, not the closest map, but the least closest map in the series for them. So I like you said, they're starting this one off with standoff. Man, Vitality, they're going to have to come out here with a lot of energy.
And I might be remembering this wrong, but is this the map that Insidious played Vitality in game number 1 as well?
When it came down to that, I don't think it was the map that they played against them. We'll be able to get that one in just a bit, that info for you guys. Because we watched that first map, was it launch? Was it launch site?
Yep, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think we were at takeoff for that one.
Takeoff, sorry, yeah, takeoff.
Vitality, kind of a coin flip on this one. We don't really know what to expect out of them. I think they definitely feel like they have the most to lose right now because they came into this, like we said, with the #1 seed. They've got the backing of one of the biggest orgs that's invested in Call of Duty Mobile, and that's a really big name that you got to defend.
Pressure.
They've got way more on the line, in my opinion, just because of them wanting to defend that name.
Yeah, and you have to, okay? And you need to be able to represent that org, represent the fans. You're here. It's Championship Sunday, folks. We are at the regional playoffs for the Middle East and South Asia, and you want to do them justice, okay? They're looking towards you guys to be the best. You came in as the first seed. Now, you've had your struggles, okay? You've been faced with adversity, but under an org like that and having the fans that you have, you got to be able to use that energy to push through that adversity. It's just that they have been tested, and they have had 2 tough opponents to go up against in Insidious and Revenant so far in this tourney.
Yeah, and you can see we actually had Crossfire Hardpoint, so definitely plays way, way different from Standoff, and we did see a lot of that snowball effect for Insidious and how quickly they were able to take that over, especially once those score streaks came into play. You get a Goliath on the inside of that P4 spot, you're not really going to be able to do anything to stop it. So this is going to be a lot less snowbally, and there's going to be a lot more opportunities for those comebacks to happen, depending on who gets off to the lead. And keep in mind, Vitality had a pretty tough warm-up, so that extra level of competition might be what they need.
Yeah, a tough warm-up indeed there. And because, but hey, This was a tough warm-up, but you learn a lot from a series like that, okay? You know, you got to ask yourself, would you rather lose in a Game 5, Round 11, or would you rather absolutely get smacked in a 3-0? And because, like, I would say that, you know, as a former competitive player, it's easier to shake off the 3-0. This is like, all right, man, you know, we woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I didn't get breakfast. You know, I can make 1,001 excuses, but sometimes you got to just to keep the vibes right on the team.
Yeah, and you also don't expend as much energy that way. If you have 3 straight blowouts, you're not really like investing a lot of mental energy into it. And a lot of times, if you come out, like, probably one of the big factors for Revenant is going to be they could potentially be mentally exhausted going into this because they played an absolute grueler. Every single match came down to the wire. Wow. And it was all 5 maps that we ended up playing. So they're going to have to definitely recharge, drink a whole lot of water, and see if they can bring their A game here on Standoff.
Chat, make sure you hydrate, but hopefully Revenant does not get complacent after qualifying for Stage 5, right? It's like, okay, we got that pressure off our shoulders, we feel good, we achieved our ultimate goal, but the tournament's not over with just yet. Vitality, they whooped you 3-1 yesterday. Surely you want some revenge, okay? Surely you want to knock these guys out the tournament. You heard us talking about Vitality all yesterday as they are the best team in this tournament. Insidious wanted to shut us up. I think they did. Insidious said, okay, we proved you wrong on that one. And now Revenant want to come through and get some revenge as well.
Yeah, Insidious, definitely the team to beat as they are currently undefeated, have not dropped a single map through the entire tournament. That's crazy to think about.
The craziest stat for that is pretty much the 2.0 KDA. Well, KD, no assist involved, but that probably skyrocketed up against that last series from Vitality.
Yeah, especially with all the score streaks and operators that we saw in play at the end. Anytime, like in CDL, you got the 100-point club, they 50-point club the #1 seed in the entire tournament. So for
that's a lot.
Yeah, for you to be able to do that, incredibly impressive. Not something we've seen much, even in the super lopsided ones. I don't think Vitality was able to win by that much, even when they were playing up against NS, who is brand new and was not really expected to make a whole lot of noise. So Vitality, they've got to put it all out there.
Yeah, they got to put it all out there. When they played up against NS, man, NS could barely get 30 points, okay, on average when it came to the respawns or the one round on that S&D. It was an absolute stomping there from them. But, you know, we ain't seen that energy from Vitality since, okay? Now, we finally have our series layout coming up into this series for our losers finals. Bobby, break this one down for me.
Yeah, we got Standoff Hardpoint game #1, like we mentioned, Revenant taking a very, very clean win just recently in that match that we were watching. We're going to follow it up with Raid S&D, which we haven't seen a whole lot today. And honestly, for both of these teams, probably a pretty good sign as they've had their fair share of struggles on firing range S&D. Then we got Crossfire Domination. We know that that's one where it can get lopsided if you do have weak side in the second half. But we also saw Revenant make some huge plays, be able to get that C-flip and still make it happen. Following that, we got Firing Range, Hardpoint, always a classic. And if we go to a Game 5, it's going to be Summit, Search and Destroy.
Man, y'all, this series is really stacked up for you guys. And when it came down towards the maps that they had played beforehand, you know, we are not going to have Takeoff, which was a map in which we saw in that first series. We do have that firing range in map number... Sorry, we don't have that firing range in a Search and Destroy at all in this series. So when it comes down to Revenant, they don't have to worry about no nail biters going to this one. It's going to be fresh. We had Raid Domination the last time we played this series. We won't get that one. But when it comes down towards the Summit Hardpoint, that's the only map in which we had the first time these two teams played together. It went in favor of Vitality, 150 to 120. And if we go to distance, you know, we'll see it for Search and Destroy. But, you know, outside of that, so I take it back. It's all new game modes, okay? It's all new game modes for these guys.
Yeah. It's going to be a fresh look, and definitely we'll get a better idea, I think, once we do hop into it. I think the Standoff Hardpoint is really going to set the tone for this match, and especially give us a better idea of who's going to look stronger in the respawns. I think that gun skill is going to be really, really tight and clean over on the side of Revenant just because they are so warmed up and got to play 3 respawns just now.
Yeah, man, just being able to play those 3 respawns is gonna have your shot on point, and that's what you need, and that's what needs to happen here as we are about to head into the losers finals here soon, folks. After seeing the series layout, are you leaning in favor of one team outside the other? Are you guys gonna be changing your picks in the chat? Because Revenant and Team Vitality, man, this is gonna be probably the closest series in which we've seen so far throughout our tournament, especially if it's going to be indicative of the first time in which we watch both these squads play.
Yeah, I think the map pool currently favors a little bit more on the side of Revenant because Standoff, game mode that they won, or Standoff Hardpoint, game mode map that they won, Crossfire Domination, game mode map that they won, both really, really looking good for them. But I think we're going to throw it back to the desk real quick before we hop in to our losers bracket finals.
Yeah, let's see what the guys got to say. Veli and Mommy, take it away.
As we're getting in the lobby together and we're waiting to get Bobby a chair right now, I just want to break things down just a little bit. So, Mommy, you follow these regions heavily, right? So far, I would like to say that South Asia and Middle East, they haven't disappointed. And now we have Revenant facing off against Vitality. All right. What are your predictions for this match? Who do you think is going to wind up on top to go to the grand finals?
We've seen both of these squads before. Vitality gave Revenant 3-1. One map loss here. Revenant was able to get one map from Vitality.
And it
that's
looked
important.
Scary.
Exactly.
Yes.
And they were able to pull through here in that last matchup that they had in True Rippers. That quick turnaround, that reverse sweep, that is scary to see if you are going to be Vitality, especially with that loss right now with a 3-0.
Yes, so, okay, now out of both of these teams right now, who do you think is going to put up the best fight against Insidious? Because Insidious, they're dominating right now.
We're seeing a different Revenant, so I really can't tell if it's either going to be Vitality or Revenant just because of how good that they are.
Yes, now let's go ahead and take a look at the losers bracket to see how things have unfolded so far this event, and it has been such a good one. Even from day one, we saw bangers as unfortunately teams went home, and still, I still have hope for Team Revenant. I don't know what it is. I think that one map that we saw against Team Vitality, they knew how to beat them, but they just couldn't hold on. I think that they were able to steady what happened last night, and they were able to come back now. If you're the coach of that team or you're an in-game leader, how would you prep for a matchup like this?
Well, it's all down to the experience and the practice that they had prior to this match. Like what I said, Revenant is a different team just because of how good that they were in the True Rippers matchup. That domination match really just changed everything. If we saw that same thing happen here, if they win that domination matchup, if they ever lose the first two maps, they will definitely for sure want to sweep it again.
Okay, now hear me out for a second. So Vitality, they got 3-0 against Insidious. They're having to go against a team that just won. Revenant, the red hot with the gunplay, right? So if I'm on Team Vitality, wouldn't you think that they're kind of at a disadvantage by taking such a big loss after being so good at this event?
This is where you see pros come into play. This is where we see noobs and pros really finally step it up. Even though that you are at the face of adversity, you are not going to give up. Both of these teams, for sure, they're going to battle it out. They are so close. They are head to head.
Now, who are some of the standouts to you on these teams? Which players do you actually like watching so far this event?
For Vitality, obviously, we got our in-game leader. We got Monk. He's been absolutely popping off, and the comms are going to be so great for them. And also Moon. I mean, Moon's scope. You've seen such greatness from his snipes as well. For Revenant, obviously, you got so many people. You've got Oil. He clutched out that 1v3.
Insane.
Exactly.
That's absolutely crazy. So there was a play yesterday where a guy was able to get a jumping headshot and clutch the 1v2. Now, that was my favorite clutch this event so far. We had a 1v3 today as well. Do you have a favorite clutch at all that we've seen on this big screen?
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's that 1v3 that we saw a while ago in Hackney Yard. That was absolutely crazy. That was a turnaround. That was a turning point for Revenant to win that search and destroy. It was supposed to be a 4-4, but no, they were able to step it up, make it into a 5-4, and eventually this is why they're here.
Now, when it comes to both of these teams and their strategy and when it comes to the meta, do you think that these teams are now going to pull everything out the bag? Because I'm expecting nothing but just top-level gameplay.
Absolutely, and that's going to be in that search and destroy matchup. I think Vitality has an edge over Revenant just because of that. They have that double sniper, they got Monk and Moon. That tandem is going to be unstoppable. Depending on that map choice, we're gonna see how well both of these teams really perform.
Now, I have a question for you. Now, both of these teams, when you look at their individual head-to-heads and the matchups and what their strong points are, when it comes to respawn game types and also search and destroy, do you think that this could be possibly one-sided? Do you think one team is in particularly stronger than the other at this?
Yes, Vitality, Hardpoint is their kryptonite. They've been losing a
Really?
lot of their hardpoint matches, and Revenant was able to pull one map from them in day number 1. So it might be the same situation here, but Vitality was able to pull through in that game number 4, was able to win against Revenant though, but who knows, a lot can happen.
Yes, so here in Blaze and Bobby talk about the matchup. We got the maps in, we got the bands, the phases. So in this matchup, you said that you believe that Vitality is going to pull ahead, just making sure?
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna be going head-to-head at this one. Bobby and Blaze, I actually want to pull you guys into this discussion as well. Who do you guys have predicted to win this matchup to go to the finals? Because this one is gonna be an absolute banger.
Well, you know, I'll go first, and after watching today's gameplay and seeing how close this matchup was between these two squads yesterday, I'm heavily leaning in favor of Revenant. You know, yeah, heavily leaning in favor of Revenant. Like, Vitality, you know, they had an easier day yesterday, but the 3-0 loss to Insidious, I didn't like how they played that one. I felt like as the #1 seed, you're going into the winners finals, the first matchup of the day, you gotta contest. Insidious better than that. And with Revenant coming off that reverse sweep, I think they're gonna be a little bit too much for Vitality.
Bobby, you know your stuff when it comes to COD Mobile, okay? You're the expert here. I'll look to you for all the answers. Do you think that Vitality is going to pull through and win, or are you leaning with Revenant right now?
I'm gonna have to go the other way just because of the amount of experience that we have over on Vitality. Every single one of these guys has been around the competitive scene for a long time. Moonscope for the longest time has been known as one of the top snipers in the entire world. You got Monk on the team, who is also very established, and I think a lot of it is really going to come down to the amount of time that these guys have invested into the game. And I think overall, the experience level for Vitality is just going to be on a different level. And I think that's going to give them the edge.
All right, let's bring it back over to the desk for just a second, though, because you brought a great point right there, Bobby. When it comes to sniper play, I mean, where does it show off most? Is it search and destroy? Is it when it comes to the respawn game types? How important is it to have a great sniper on your team? And when does it really pay off?
It really pays off in Search and Destroy because it is a non-respawn game mode. To get those angles, to get those opening picks is going to be essential, especially that your map is going to be raid. You need to get those picks, and unless you are going to be going in there for the rush, then it's a really sniper's game for Search and Destroy.
Yes, and if we can, one more time, I would like to take a look at the maps. I'm going to hear your thoughts about how things are going to go down. So I asked for predictions about who's going to win, but actually looking at the maps and just the flow of how this series will go, I want to see what you would think personally.
Okay, I like what I'm seeing here just because I see crossfire domination again. We saw True Rippers and Revenant go in that map, and that's where everything just turned around for Revenant. If they win that crossfire domination, it might be the same story.
All right, well, we're going to find out right now. The lobby is ready. The players are good to go. Bobby and Blaze, take it away.
All right, folks, I know you guys have been waiting a long time for this one, but you have to wait no more. The losers finals is about to start. It's Revenant versus Team Vitality. We have broke this game down every which way, from the top down, from side to side. And now with it all being said, we still don't know who's gonna win this matchup. I think everybody is split here on us. I think we're split 2-2 inside the studio. But chat, can y'all break the tie? Let us know. Light up the chat on who your pick is gonna be, because even though we don't have the live event, we don't have the fans in the studio, but you know, you guys can make all the noise in the world out there. You know, you guys can make all the noise in the world out there. So good job to that.
Okay, it looks like we have a chair. Chair for Bobby in chat. Woo!
All right, here. Headed to map number 1 on the hard point. You know, Valleyville coming through with Bobby, making sure that, you know, you don't overwork those cheeks.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to be casting all the rest of the matches today, so we got to be well rested and ready to go, as we do have both of our teams hopping into it right here. It is going to be control for Revenant off the start, and it looks like that little bit of a warm-up coming in handy as they are ready, but Monk slides that back corner. Easy kill for him, and they're going to go ahead and hop on down. Zyro is ready, but not going to be able to get the two-piece right there, at least off the start. Looking to be very, very back and forth.
All right, so multiple kills being traded off here at the P1, but Abyss here on the outskirts. He's looking to move in. He's going to flank one. Has two more players in front of him. He gets the second. Not able to take down Sams, but he's still trading two. Puts his team with a man advantage for a brief second. One that they look like they will be able to capitalize on as they move back into P1. Starting to collect on the rest of the scrap time.
Yeah, and this is pretty much contested the entire way through. You see Vitality forming a little bit of a lead right there, and you can see players already rotating for control of next. We got one in gas station, one in that next hard point, and they're going to be able to get the scrap time. Really, really good start, and obviously that experience showing for them right now. That perfect discipline, that rotation coming through, and you can see nobody getting past Jokos with a shotgun in his hand like that. He's going to find number one, seeing if he can find number two, but shut down. 3 big kills going on in for Revenant.
Well, I guess you need to just be able to have a grab slam to take down Jokos with the shotty in hand. When it comes down to P2, so far, Revenant has had a good hold on it. Abyss and Bones picking up multiple kills there. Abyss looking for another one. Bones finds the day kill. Here comes Monk moving in. He gets shut down. Moon and Sam's trying to move in through the outskirts, but kills will be found on them.
Yeah, the kill feed right now is just all Revenant all the way through. Abyss nearly got full streaks right there as he's got a Pred missile and a Hunter Killer to work with. And Bones is right now just trying to bait somebody on in, waiting outside the window. Teammate's going to be there to back him up. And a huge opportunity. We could have seen a two-piece right there. Shut down from the backside of that barn area. Moon trying to hold down this side angle. Abyss not able to find him with a death machine, and he not able to make the turn. Would have been a huge gunfight right there. Vitality, the discipline in those early rotations paying off once again, but they got to get the hold.
I got to say, Bones was in such a great position there. Unfortunate for him, Moon got the spawn in which he did, but they were in position to be able to contest P3. In the end, it will be Vitality who makes it to the hill first, and they're going to have it locked in. 30 seconds left. Multiple kills coming through for Vitality. The kill feed light up for him, but Abyss will be able to find a flank, but here comes the Predator missile, able to take out 2.
Yeah, and so far it seems like it's been Revenant depending on their ability to just absolutely slay out and win gunfights, and it's Vitality depending on their strategy and their game plan. And right now, it's working out in the favor of Vitality, which is typically the way that it's going to go. We do see Revenant getting that early rotation. Zyro already spotted out on the inside of Next. Oil spotted as well. Monk not in a great spot to take a long-range gunfight, and that's definitely not the fight you want to be taking with the Fennec trying to turn the corner, but he takes the katana to the face. Vitality with the lead, but it is going to be Revenant in control of that next hard point.
Oh, man, you see Oil. He cuts him up in half there. Now you're going to start to see the deficit get cut in half as well. Grab slam comes through, but the death machine is in the hill, and Reckles finds 3. May get the 4th, but couldn't get the quick turnaround there on Def. Luckily for him, he got teammates in the area to be able to clean up these kills and continue to lock in time on P4. This is a big one here for Revenant as we're about to be heading on over towards P1 next, and they want as much of a lead as they can have before we go back here towards mid-map.
And with the way that Revenant is slaying, when they make the rotations and Zyro hits a huge two-piece right there, gets himself some more score streaks, it seems like when Revenant is disciplined with making those rotations, they're winning the majority of the gunfights. They have a very good chance at winning this. It might be a little bit late for Reckless to try to go for a break right there, but fortunately for him, his teammate Abyss able to find a two-piece. He can clean that one up, slows the push on into the next hard point a lot. This could be a huge value Predator missile, and even though he's not going to be able to get 2, it forces them back into Delhi. That's more hard point time, and still a kill on the board for Revenant.
Also, some beautiful intel that Revenant played off to as well. He got the call-outs to his team, was able to trap them there inside Delhi, and now Zyro with a beautiful angle here towards the front side of the hill. Won't be able to connect with the Hunter drone, but he's going to get flooded by 2 players. He finds 1 kill, is able to get a sentry turret as well. Monk takes him out, but Zyro has put the utility that his team needs to be able to lock this hill in, but they need to get a man inside. Zyro with his Predator missile, he's going to be able to find a kill. In the end, it will be Revenant still collecting off time on P1, and now they're just 20 points away from taking map number 1.
And right now, it is just streaks on streaks on streaks for Revenant. It's honestly a miracle that this game is as close as it is, but it is not a good sign for Vitality. They do not have anybody set up for next. They're going to be able to shut down the Death Machine, though. Monk's making a big push. He's got 18 on the board. Sam's not able to win that gunfight, and they needed that badly. It's all going to be up to Monk right there, and he gets shut down in the top side. Zyro wins the gunfight. Death on the bottom side, trying to find a way to make the entry in right there, and Moon. One Death Machine kill, see if he can make it more shots from the top side. Once again, going the way of Revenant. And with the way these fights are going, it seems like a better shot. He botched the nade.
Wait, did he?
Might end up working.
Oh,
the Death Machine, 4 straight kills, goes in for Vitality. They've got a shot right here.
They do have a shot. The nade was a blunder, but Monk in the Death Machine, he went on a plunder, taking out those players off the power position, taking them out the top of the window. Monk moves in again, and he's going to clean house, taking down 2. Vitality with the lead change in the late game. This hill needs to be contested just a little bit longer, but I don't know if anyone can move through. It's contested from up top. 1 second needed.
Oh my.
Vitality, do they get it, or we're going to another hill? It can go either way, and Vitality does get the point in which they need. Revenant left a second too early there before it changed out. And wow, what a close map number 1 between both these squads.
I mean, that really could not have been any closer. It looked like Revenant had those rotations, but Monk making the huge plays, those kills on the inside of that P2 rotation at the very end, set them up for success. And once they had enough time, the Death Machines came out, they sprayed and prayed, they won the gunfights.
Yep.
They get the win in map 1.
Oh man, you know, that Death Machine was so crucial there on that second rotation of P2, because it looked like Revenant had it locked in, but Vitality, they were able to get it done. It just shows you how quickly momentum can be shifting in these maps. We're playing up to 150, folks. This COD Mobile, and it's nothing but straight action. Another close game between these two squads, and we talked about Vitality struggles when it comes down towards the hard points, and they managed to edge this one out.
Yeah, I mean, they were losing so many gunfights. With the amount of score streaks that Revenant had in play, there's really no reason that they should have lost that one, but you can see the experience being such a big factor. Anytime we're seeing any of these plays, most of the time, it's score streaks coming in, but that last push from Monk, he made the initial push into the hard point. He gets the Death Machine push out there as well, holding back those Revenant players. They couldn't find any angles, and they had the LMGs to be able to spray and pray through those doorways, shutting down those final pushes. Absolutely incredible for them.
Absolutely incredible indeed. Congratulations to Vitality for taking map number 1, 150 to 140. Another banger of a series, but now we got to move on over. I believe we are going to raid, search, and destroy next. And when it comes down to both these squads, gameplay and search and destroy, you know, for me, they both have kind of had their struggles. But if there's one thing that I know about Revenant will find a way to win rounds, whether if it's offense or defense. They got big players who will make some big-time plays to keep their team in it. They played the most round 11s out of anyone in our tournament so far here at the regional playoffs for the Middle East and South Asian region. And so Vitality, they're going to have to respect their resilience in search and destroy.
Yeah, and this is going to be one where, once again, the snipers dictate the pace of the game. Moonscope and Zyro going to be the two main players we want to take a look at. Obviously, we do have some LMGs that'll probably be in play, and that's actually what Monk has been going with, but it's going to be first blood for Vitality. Bones taken out off the start. Looks like a easy bomb plant over onto B, and now the setup trying to slow down the retake. It's a couple Revenant players in mid-map. Oil trying to get the flank on that back side, but there are Vitality players weighing, and they are going to make the push up through top red room.
Yeah, I love this play by Vitality. They got the bomb down early, stacked up, but Oil will find a kill to even odds, make it a 4v4. Reckles gets one. It's a 3v1. It's all going to be up to Abyss. But in the end, Vitality will get round number 1 on the attacker side. So we saw the quick rush over there towards the B side. How do you stop that?
I mean, if you're
Hit a shot?
if you're Revenant, you just gotta send people to defend. There was like one person defending over there, and I think the rest were split between mid-map and that A side. And obviously, you do have to kind of weigh it, and they're definitely a lot more expectant of the B push right here. It's gonna be Moonscope, big first blood onto Zyro, and that's gonna eliminate the sniper, but at double. Bones taking out Death and Moon. That's going to be crucial. Monk gonna be able to win his gunfight. 3 players remaining for each team. Bomb is in the hand of Jokos, and they're still chilling over by the B site. It looks like Revenant might be expecting the counter rotation over toward A as they chill mid-map right now. And they have some angles where they could cause some issues, especially with those Vitality players out of position with Phoenix trying to take long-range fights.
The aggressive plays from Reckles. He gets one, can't get the second. Yes, he will. Now a 1v2, but Reckles with a 3-piece as he's going to be able to clear out the B site. Revenant, they're going to get their first round on the board. And so when we go back and we kind of look at how that one was played, I love Revenant's initial stacking more people towards the B side because they said, hey, you know what? Great first round strategy, but we do want to force you down towards A, towards the basketball court, and, you know, force them to the sight lines of Zyro and that sniper.
Yeah, for 2 teams that are as evenly matched as these guys are, it's going to come down to the mid-game adjustments, those changes in between rounds. It's Revenant finding a 2-piece, making a 3 off the start. Sam's trying to save the round right here. A little pre-fire around the corner, not going to spot anybody. Sam's and Moon, the only players remaining for Vitality right here. We know Moon can make those big plays. He's made it happen time and time again. They're going to run together. 2 players, they both get shut down. A huge 2-piece for Vitality, and now Zyro going to be by himself, but he is no rookie when it comes to making hero plays. We've seen him make those 1v3s happen, and he's got an opportunity to make it a 1v2 right now. He's waiting. He's got that sniper. They said, never mind. We're going to A.
Yeah, we saw you. We peeked it.
Never mind. They're not going to A.
A little indecisiveness here. You can kind of see the the laser on that scope. I want to say Zyro moves in, and they will be able to clean them up. That's a nice 2v1 there for Vitality. But, you know, when we look at that round, Abyss made such a great play. He gets a double kill, being aggressive, pushing red. Oil finds one as well. The man advantage is there, but you see multiple players of Revenant, they line up. They line up for Monk & Co. at the end to be able to clutch up that 2v3. So, as we're heading here into round number 4, Vitality, they're up from the attacking side, and they want to put their focus at A, but Oil goes wide. He's able to find a kill, but once the dust has settled just that quickly, Revenant is going to be in a 1v2. Sam's and Moon is left. Oh, he's to the left. Do they see him inside?
Don't think they're going to spot him right there.
Oh,
Big
he gets
opportunity.
one.
Reckless
He doesn't get the second. Moon was 1 HP. He turns around. I don't know why he turned his back to him in the first place. Maybe he was trying to run away, trying to reposition a 1v1. But, oh, he was in such a great spot to clutch up there. In the end, it's going to be another attacking round 1 here by Vitality. And they're showing why they're their first seed.
Yep, that was a big opportunity once again. An interesting switch actually in the roles. We see Moonscope actually running the AS Val right now. Meanwhile, it's Monk as the primary sniper. So they're changing things around a little bit. It looks like it's working so far. Bones going to be able to trade one out right there. It's going to be man advantage for Revenant. Vitality Death winning a big gunfight right there. That should secure at least the ability to get the bomb down here over onto B. You do have a sniper overlooking Zyro. Could potentially have an angle for this snipe, but not going to be able to make it happen quite yet as Vitality now going to back it up. Moonscope going to be able to hit the shots. Hops off the sniper, but still able to make it work. And now it's on to Abyss and Zyro to try to clutch up right here. Players in this driveway area just waiting Monk still got that sniper in hand, but his head is gone. Abyss hits the shot right there. Moon's in the top side. Shotgun in hand. Hits the first one, goes for the reload, but Moon is ready. Zyro trades.
1v1.
It's a 1v1 right here. The bomb is down. He's got an opportunity. Probably not going to go for the stick, and Moon hopping out. He's going to peek around the corner. I don't think this was the play. The opportunity for the quick scope. He's going to miss, but he's got a Fennec to work with. He hits the shots right there. Huge round for Revenant as they pull things closer, 2-3.
Big plays from Zyro, folks, okay? And that 1v2 to clutch it up there when his team needed him the most. Them losing their defensive side in a 4-1 fashion would have been devastating to them, but now they just have to regain, win their first round on offense, and just take a look at that 3-3 score and say, hey, this one did not get too far out of control, but they're going to have to work just a little bit harder in the second half on their offense to be able to come back in this one. We see a spread out defense from Vitality at the B site. Sam's finds a double to open this one up. First blood, he finds the triple to open this one up, despite the first blood in which Revenant got. Sam's finally taken down, and it's going to be a 3v2 on the map for Vitality from their defensive side.
Yeah, you got Joko set up in mid-map right now. Oil and Reckless going for that counter rotation back to A right here, and seems like no adjustments coming through, at least so far for Vitality. Should be a pretty open gateway, but obviously checking their corners, taking their time, and it looks like they're going to be able to make their way up to basketball court area. This could be a huge topside push for Reckless if we get somebody rotating in through Kitchen, and they're not going to expect to see him there. So it looks like they're going to actually set up here and maybe see if they can try to catch somebody off guard, even things up at 2-2. Moonscope's on the back side of this wall right now, waiting for something to happen. Obviously, they've got eyes on both A and B. He's going to slide the corner, got an AS Val that he can work with. Not going to be easy against these two players right there. He's going to pull out the sniper. Not able to hit the shot, but he hits the shotgun shot anyway. Crucial for them. Somehow Reckless alive, but not any longer. Moon with the two-piece extends that lead for Vitality.
Yeah, good job to Moon for staying alive. He got the intel for his team. He repositions, gives the call out. Missed the snipe, but just with that shorty up close, he was able to fend for himself until reinforcements came. And great round there to Vitality. Off the start, a lot of utility going towards the A site. Lots of smoke grenades blocking off some key sight lines for Vitality as Revenant is being aggressors down here towards the A site.
Yeah, and Chocos is tucked right back into that money room right there. Moonscope pulls out the sniper. He was top fragging for his team. He said it's not enough. I'm going to make the plays with the sniper too. Joko's going to be able to win that one. Bomb is currently down over on the A site, and Oil is all by himself against the 5 remaining Vitality players. Vitality right now in a really big opportunity where they could put themselves out in a 2-0 lead as they now put themselves at game point 5-2.
Oh, man, I felt bad for Oil. Vitality ran up on him like, fight back, bro. Fight back. Where you at, man? The whole squad, the way that they pinched him down low at the A site. Vitality 1 round away from going 2-0 up in your losers finals. Revenant, something has to change now. Surely they don't want to go down 0-2 in another series and be forced to make that reverse sweep. They don't do it twice in a loser's bracket today, do they? Well, if you're a Revenant fan, hopefully you don't have to find out, and they can start clutching up here now in the moment, as they will have the bomb brought down towards the A site. Jolko's playing his tight corner once again in the money room, trying to earn this check today. So far, I think he's earned his share, but he needs to get some more kills on the board. Vitality. Let's see, how do they want to retake this?
Moon showing why he's one of the most feared snipers in the region. Can do it with any weapon he wants to. Spots one down below. Can't quite get the scope in time, but the follow-up onto Reckless. But Abyss slides through. A huge kill. Sam trades 1, make it 2. Just like that, 1 player all alone again. And I don't know if Abyss is going to have time to make it happen right there. He gets spotted out by Jokos. Another round for Vitality, and they are looking like a different beast today as they get the win 6-2 in the search and destroy as well.
Okay, Vitality. They're going to go up 2-0 in this series. They seem a little ticked off if you ask me after that 3-0 loss to Insidious. They may have been listening to us as we were breaking down this matchup like, hold up, Blaze, you think Revenant gonna beat us? Did you not see our series yesterday? I did. And I saw you one this morning too as well. But now over these last 2 maps, I like what I see out of Vitality.
Yeah, they definitely have a different energy than what we saw up against Insidious, and obviously you do have to take into account different levels of competition, but just really, really decisive with the plays that they're making. They seem confident, they're trusting their IGL, they seem to be communicating really well, and they've just looked really, really clean off the start.
Also, one other thing that I noticed is that they feel a little bit calmer, okay, than some of their other series in which they play. Like you said, listening to the IGL, it seems like the comms are clear. I'm loving the initial strategies in which they're committing to off the round on S&D. I'm loving just the team rotations from them and how they pinch their opponent there, making sure that they covered every single line, every single lane. No player on their squad getting too aggressive, too overzealous, playing by himself. Vitality playing as a unit so far here in the losers finals, and it's working out for them. Okay, that's what you want to see, and you know, that's when it all comes together. This is how it should be. You're up 2-0 in the losers finals, but now Revenant, they gotta complete another reverse sweep if they want to keep their tournament alive.
Yeah, it just seems like Vitality has so much composure right now. You think about the way they made that comeback happen in the hard point when it comes to the search and destroy. Got caught off guard for a round or two, but ultimately making those mid-round adjustments, and I think that's a lot of what it came down to. You saw, like we talked about, Moonscope was top frame for the team with the AS Val, and then he decided to make that switch to the sniper anyway and still continued to dominate. So having players that are that versatile and can do whatever their team needs them to do as you switch sides on offense and defense, it's just so useful.
It really is, man, and that's how you become a great teammate, okay? Because sometimes you got to switch it up, all right? Sometimes the IGL is going to need you to do something else, or, you know, you're just going to be better in a certain gunfight, and you got to be, like you said, you got to be able to be versatile. So Vitality, everyone's showing that they can get it done. Now we need to head on over towards this domination here, folks. And when it comes down to the domination, I think are we going to be playing Crossfire? We'll see the series layout in just a second. But Vitality, they're looking good in this series. And Revenant, they're going to have to step it up right now in this domination. And, folks, we're about to hop right into it, okay? We aren't wasting any time getting into this game whatsoever. No feel, nothing but action.
And right now, if you're Revenant, the one consolation you have is this is the map where you turn things around against True Rippers. You can make it happen up against Vitality as well. We do see a lot of those early kills, no B controlled so far. Looks like Vitality is going to be on strong side in the first half, which is typically going to be a good sign for Revenant. So if they're able to play that well, strong side in the second half, you got to imagine they're going to be able to just really make something out of this. And we pretty much expect to see Vitality hit this cap right now, but they're still not able to make it happen. Reckless just dominating with that Holger over on the B site. One shotgun's going to push in and get a little bit of progress, but even on weak side, Revenant still able to get that B cap.
Yo, that's so good for them, because when they actually played this map against True Rippers, they did start on bad side first, right? And they kept it close. I think it was about a 15-point differential, if not less, when we entered the half. And then we started to see them, you know, kind of make some big plays there in the second half of the game. But actually, they started off, Vitality started off on, sorry, Revenant started off on good side first, okay? So we'll see, you know, if they can get the most out of this one. B-Hill will transfer over towards Vitality. They have a nice setup across the map. Multiple lanes covered. They got presence here in the mid-map towards his back alley as well. Here comes Reckles. He's able to take down one, but Death down the stairs brings Death, and he's going to continue to lock in his B setup here for Vitality. They're going to get their first lead change here to the map.
And when you're on weak side, your main goal is not necessarily to try to be at the end of the half beating the other team. Your main focus is just to try to minimize the snowball effect of being on strong side and having that ability to typically get kills easier. And it looks like we might see a C-flip. Oh no, that could be disastrous. Zyro staying alive in the backside. It looks like he might be able to evade. Sam's just pushing up, and maybe an unfortunate situation. He doesn't have a whole lot to work with right here. He's got teammates backing him up, but it looks like Vitality gonna be able to clear off that C progress, that would have been huge for Revenant.
And he was a tick away from doing just that. Almost thought he was just going to hop in and just take his chances there, spin around in a circle, see if he can get it capped up, force his opponent to have to decap it. But Vitality will survive that threat as C, and also the B hill wasn't broken, but with player 1 pushing through, he may get the flank on Sam's. He is going to be behind enemy lines, but he is taken out by some Vitality members off the respawn. And as we're getting closer towards that 75-point marker in the first half of this S&D, sorry, not this S&D, of this domination, it is looking like Vitality is going to lead, and by a sizable margin from their good side.
Yep, and seeing that Vitality's already had to invest some of their operators, some of their score streaks in order to maintain that, once again, not a good sign, and especially if Revenant has been able to save those for the second half, they didn't really have any need to use it, unless you're just trying to maximize the number of kills you can get. And you can see Oil, even though he's only got 4 kills on the board, already going to be on a death machine right here. And if they can get him to start performing a little bit more solidly, especially on strong side, this could be a piece of cake. But Death is on the flank. They're waiting for him right there. Monk's trying to get it as well, but Bones is set up and shutting down that flank, trying to push for the C flip. Big start right here for Revenant.
Oil did a fantastic job defending that C hill push off the start. He knew exactly what his opponent was going to try to play for early, and now Vitality, they got the B hill a lot earlier. Revenant got the B hill a lot earlier than Vitality in the first half, okay? So we'll see if they can stay consistent with their setup. As you said before, Bobby, they kept most of their score streaks going into this half. Zyro moves in with the Fennec. He's able to win that gunfight. He backs up towards the alley. Bone shifts in with the Holger. He wins that gun battle. And now Revenant, they're feeling comfortable in this moment. Vitality is trying to desperately make that play for C now, but we'll see if Oil can keep defending it.
Yeah, we got a Hunter Killer going up in the air, and the kill feed is all Revenant right now. They just have the better map control, and honestly, if you're watching closely in game number 1, this isn't too surprising. They were outslaying Vitality pretty significantly, and it was just a last-second push that actually allowed Vitality to get the win. That's a lot tougher to do in a game of domination, because when you get a solid setup that allows you to have good vision onto both B and C, and you're outslaying the opposing team, it's going to be next to impossible to take control. Big gunfight for Jokos, winning that one right there. But it looks like we're getting to that point where the lead is about to go in favor of Revenant. There's still a lot of time to go, but Vitality's going to need to make some type of a push to get map control, as they've not really been able to find anything so far.
Oh, Jokos with another point-blank shorty shot. He is going to be able to find that kill, but Monk comes in with his death machine. He's able to take down a sentry turret. We got some trophy systems going down, some nades coming through. The hill hasn't flipped just yet in favor of Vitality, but yeah, they will have it. But now, using their score streaks, it's plenty in the hands of Jokos, and now is the time in which he has to use them. The spawns won't be flipped just yet. It is going to be chaos where these players are spawning here towards the mid-map. It seems like it's getting threatened by some of the members of Revenant here towards the later portions of this map. The pressure there, I love that pressure coming in from, I believe that was Monk towards the, actually no, that was Abyss towards the backside of spawn to kind of really distract these players to allow Revenant to get a little bit closer towards his B hill. But Bobby, Vitality may close it out now.
Yeah, that was a huge double kill over on B to keep them in it. Reckless gonna try to invade, but it's gonna be Jokos. Hits the no-scope right there, and that could actually be a game save for Abyss, trying to win the gunfights over on that B flag. He's still alive right now.
Oh no!
Sam's making play after play. He got the double kill. He gets the closer right there. They've only got to hold it for a few more seconds, but Revenant players are pushing in. They're taking it back down. I don't know if they've got enough time to get the cap. I think they're in triple cap territory, and with Death right there with the death machine, that could be enough to seal the deal for Vitality. He's spraying and praying. It's connecting. That's going to be the end of the road. They need a triple cap and fast if they're going to make the comeback happen, and it looks like there's just not enough time for Revenant to turn this one around. The clutch plays from Vitality were just too much.
Too much indeed, and Vitality once again takes down Revenant, but in a more dominant fashion the second time around than the first. This Vitality team, like I said before, folks, they're playing pretty ticked off, all right? And Revenant had to receive the blunt of that force. Now Vitality, they move on towards your grand finals to get some revenge up against Insidious.
Yeah, and that's what they needed. They need that confidence boost, that warm-up. Insidious is going to be coming into this with not having played any matches within the last couple of hours. This is a huge opportunity for Vitality, who is looking iffy coming into it, but without a doubt a top 2 team currently in this South Asia region.
Yeah, Vitality is definitely a top 2 team in this region. Them and Insidious, they are the cream of the crop, the best of the best. Your 1 seed and your 2 seed. There has been, when it came down to the other 6 teams that played this tournament, we saw a lot of squads come out here and play their butts off to be able to make it to stage 5. But as we know, we only had 3 spots to get there. It went to Revenant, Vitality, and Insidious. But in this $2,000 Losers Finals matchup, Vitality, man, they're going to just keep stacking on the cash as they move on to the grand finals in a $5,000 matchup.
Yep, and really, really crucial plays for them. That no-scope at the end, just clean, clean, clean. And the fact that they were able to hold B control for that long from weak side, not an easy thing to do at all. It felt like Revenant got a little bit too passive and they weren't quite sure what they needed to do. They were so focused on playing defense, they forgot to play offense.
Exactly, and Revenant, they had a good bad side half. Okay, they were only down by 25 points, and then you go back and you look how the second half happened. They got the lead changed. They broke that 100-point marker, but in the final few seconds, they lost the composure. They won some big gunfights, and Vitality saved all their score streaks for the right moment to close out that game. What a 3-0 victory there from Vitality. I'm happy to see them finally have woken up here for the day. But now that Vitality has moved on towards the grand finals, let's throw it back to the desk and see what their thoughts was on this series.
That game was absolutely insane. Thank you so much, Blaze and Bobby. You guys are fantastic. But back and forth like a bad argument, these 2 teams went back at it when it came to these respawn game modes. I saw your face. You were watching the game. I said, this is so close. You said, I know. How exciting was it to watch it all go down to the wire in that last series?
I'm getting goosebumps because Revenant was just that close to getting that domination. But you know what? The player for me was Sam's. The shutdown that he did in that B flag was just absolutely nuts. Took down 2 players, and then after that, took down that 1 solo capper.
Yes. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the winner's side of the bracket to see how things have unfolded so far because, whew, today has been a crazy day. We start off the day with an amazing game with Vitality versus Insidious, but you know what the thing is? This is the beauty of it. They're going to meet back with each other again in the grand finals, Mommy.
The grand finals, the coveted 3 spots right now of the South Asia and Middle Eastern region. It's been locked in. We're going to be seeing all these 3 teams that we just saw. It's going to be absolutely crazy.
Yes, and taking a look at the losers bracket right now, Revenant, they're going to be going home. Well, they're home already, so they're going to be staying home. But the good thing is, these 3 teams, even though Revenant lost, like Blaze was explaining, what are they expecting now?
They just gotta chill out. They need to watch these 2 teams, these top 2 teams battle it out, because these are the teams that you are going to be watching at the very end of the year. December is going to be that particular month that everyone is looking forward to. They need to keep a close eye to really just learn what went wrong in this matchup.
Yeah, so now this is it. This is the nitty-gritty. It has all come down to this, Mommy. If you were to describe to the viewers at home what type of matchup we're gonna be expecting for the grand finals, what would you say?
Insidious is not gonna make it easy for Vitality.
Ooh.
I'm honestly, I'm gonna expect a 3-0, but I want Vitality to surprise me. If you are fans of Vitality and Insidious, just keep the chat going. Keep your support.
Well, the chat is full of give Bobby a chair, so maybe they'll support the team as well.
You gave him a chair a while ago.
I gave him a chair. Blaze tried to push me away, but I'm here to help out my teammate. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a banger of a matchup coming up. It's about that time for the grand finals, but before we jump into that, we're going to jump into a small break. We'll see you guys soon for the COD Mobile World Championship Finals.
goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other. Going out with a bang. How you like
Another
me
one!
now?
Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Cold shoulder, going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
World Championship, the highest stakes of any stage so far.
Let's go.
It's the show!
That's absolutely the Karma Show 21-2!
You have no idea how hard we worked for this.
Regional final, regional playoff.
I promise you that we are going to create that favorite moment in the 2021 champs.
Ótima jogada dele. Todo mundo agrupado. Todo mundo agrupado.
He's running out of time. He hits it!
Amazing, gets another one.
What just happened?
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Oh, what a play!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, where we're representing right here, Middle East and South Asia. But Blaze, next month, they're not going to be watching just this region now. They're going to be watching some of the best players in the world. Let them know that they should be tuning in.
Yeah, I don't know where you guys have been, okay, but if you're not watching the champs, okay, stage 5 at the end of the year, I don't know what the hell you're going to be doing, because you should be watching it. The best Call of Duty mobile teams in the world going to be battling out for all the glory and all the cash of that $2 billion prize pool.
And also, if you tune in, you might be able to win some operators and in-game rewards, so everybody wins at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, they do. Make sure you guys download Call of Duty Mobile. I'm pretty sure you can find it in the description on the YouTube. Go down there, get the game, so you can be competing in next year to be making it through stage 1, 2, 3, and 4 to make it to champs, because I know you can do it, and I know some of you guys out there in the chat think y'all can compete with the best. Well, show us.
Well, it's talking about the best and competing, Blaze, it's about that time.
It is.
It's grand finals. We're going to finally see it. Insidious versus Team Vitality, and it's time to take it away to the casters. Mommy and Bobby, take it away.
I mean, it's been all building up to this right now, Mommy. Everything's on the line. Number 1 spot, $15,000. Who do you think's taking it?
Without a doubt, Insidious has had an amazing run, giving a very perfect record, squeaky clean, without any marks. But then Vitality, from that loss a while ago, from that 3-0 a while ago, Vitality really wants to get, at the very least, one map from Insidious.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to come down to the gun skill, and that was something, even though they got the 3-0 up against Revenant, it seemed like Vitality was still struggling in a lot of those gunfights. Do you think that's a confidence thing, a practice thing? What does that really come down to?
I mean, with that considered, there's a lot of things that you can actually learn from the past match going in here. But then let's take a look at the profile that we're going to see here from the side of Insidious, just because of how many amazing moments that they had.
Hey guys, I'm Learn from Insidious Esports. I've been playing Call of Duty as a franchise from like 3 years and Call of Duty Mobile from more than 1.5 years. Stage 4 is kind of a competition for us, but in the end it's always about stage 5. Represent your country and showcase your skills. My region personally is very good at everything. I would say that it loves to play aggressive as well as play passive, and we always keep learning from other regions, which is the best fact about my region. It takes a lot of responsibility because I have to be updated with the metas, I have to be updated with all the other regions, all the other competitions, and giving my team proper motivation. I have to give all the calls perfectly at the perfect time, so it's all on me. My favorite moment was to win stage 4 last time, but this year I would say I personally won India Cup, a regional event in my country. That was the most precious moment for me. God Mobile is actively giving you more and more updates, so I would say start learning from everyone, start grinding, and always prefer smart grind over hard grind, because you gotta keep improving what your mistakes. Keep supporting us, because your support gives us a lot of motivation.
Really showed out so far, and I think that indicates everything that we've seen from him, the way that he's dedicated to the game, the way that he studies it, learns as much as he possibly can. It's no surprise to see that they're in the position that they are, but they're not the only team in this grand final. We got Team Vitality as well, so we're going to take a look at what their game plan is going to be coming into this before we hop into these final matches.
Hey guys, I'm Monk. I'm the captain of Team Vitality. We're competing in stage 4 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship from the South Asia and Middle East region. So I started with Call of Duty as a franchise in 2010 with Black Ops 1. Started playing COD Mobile in March of 2020 when a friend suggested it to me, and never looked back since then. Here we are having this conversation today. It used to be just chilling and, having fun, winning ranked matches. And now it's all about competition. So if you ask me today what is the best thing about playing Call of Duty, it's winning, right? And it's gone from just beating people in public matches to now, making sure that you win for your fans and everybody else. So that's my favorite thing at this point. Going into something like stage 4, we don't have a set list of teams that, would be a threat to us. I think every single team would be an equal threat to us. We have to treat every single team as the same threat. So I won't name one, but yeah, all 7 we'll watch out for, and they should do the same, I think. I think a lot of people misinterpret grinding to just playing the game again and again and thinking that, I'll just become a pro player out of this. The best of the best, I feel, in every game, not only COD Mobile, they really enjoy what they're doing, and that's when they turn into a pro player. And that's what I try to live by. So yeah, that'll be my advice for everyone, always.
No question, Team Vitality has really elevated their game today. We saw them going up against Revenant, seeming very, very confident, especially in their strategy. I think the search and destroy is what looks strongest for them, how decisive they were, their ability to make those mid-game adjustments. What stood out to you most?
Honestly, that search and destroy, they played it to absolute perfection. Monk and Moonscope, oh gosh, that was so great to see. Not only that, their domination matchup as well was just up to perfection. Not only that, just because of Revenant, how well they actually played, because that is not an easy team to beat. And you can look over here, Vitality, the map wins with Insidious, they're going to be going head to head, but then it's going to be a different story with their map losses.
Yeah, obviously you do have those 4 map losses, but 3 of those 4 did come up against Insidious, and I think the biggest factor that Vitality's going to have to deal with is that respawn KD that you're looking at. A 1.06 for Vitality up against a 1.93 for Insidious. Nearly a 2 KD, not just for an individual player, but across the entire team. How do you get to that level of dominance?
It's just so hard just because the individual gunfights for Insidious is absolutely crazy, especially with a leader like Learn. I know, I actually watched his video in the Call of Duty Mobile esports page. I learned a lot from him, but you know what? Monk is no joke as well. He's going to be guiding his teammates, especially seeing Insidious yet again here. They're not going to give up.
Yep, I believe we have our maps for this matchup, so this is going to be a really fun one to watch. Anytime that I see raid domination, immediately I get excited. So we got Summit Hardpoint for game number 1, and this is one where we actually saw things get pretty lopsided for Insidious versus Vitality. Maybe not a great sign, but we got Hackney Yard Search and Destroy, and if there's anything that I feel like Vitality can trust right now, it's their Search and Destroy, raid domination. Need I say more? It's just beautiful. Firing range hardpoint if we go to a game 4. And if we end up in a game 5, it'll be standoff, search, and destroy.
Why does it feel like the maps are kind of favoring Vitality right now? Just because of the snipers in Search and Destroy. Hackney Yard is going to be so good for them. But knowing Insidious, they're not going to be an easy team to beat. From their track record below us, it's going to be that, oh, they have 0 losses. There's a reason why they're that top team in South Asia. Not only that, they really want to win this without any flaws.
Yeah, I think right now, if you're Vitality, you've got to focus on these initial gunfights heading in to Hardpoint on Summit. You cannot allow for Insidious to get an early snowball. If that ends up being the case, it's going to be a quick match. But we are here. We're underway. Vitality spawning bottom side right here, and it is absolute chaos. Nades left and right, concussions They've got it all. It's Insidious winning those first couple of gunfights. Vegas, Learn, picking up those early kills, and they have super solid control on bottom control center right here.
That's going to be very surprising just because we see Vitality has a hold of that 2F control. That is going to be a power position that you need, but no one's actually stepping up. They are getting the positions, but they're not even going to be able to step into that hard point.
I don't know if I've seen Vitality win a gunfight so far. I'm looking at the kill feed. I want it. There we go. Sam's wins a gunfight and then immediately gets traded out by Vegas. They are just getting fried right now, and you know with that happening, that score streak's building and building and building. Insidious just so confident in what they're doing right now. Sam's the only player that we've seen be able to win any of these gunfights. Moon's gonna find one, but that's a 54-0 lead off the start.
And the scrap points, just 2 points for them, and Learn still wants to go in for the shutdown. The rotation needs to be key here, but then just like that, it's going to be so early on into this round. We see a sentry gun position so cheeky here in P2. It's going to be absolutely hard for them to go in for the break.
Yeah, this is just rough to watch right now. Joko's going to find a 2-kill, but he's going to get traded out as well. Burns winning every gunfight he's in right now. This is just a different beast. Vitality doing everything they can. They get the point cleared off, but they're still not able to get control. Learn, hops down, tries to pre-fire, not able to connect there either. Death pushes in. They get 2 points, but that's not going to be enough to close this gap. Right now, it looks like Vitality needs a miracle to turn this one around.
I feel like they're on a mission right now to just give 2 points for every kill to Vitality. Insidious is absolutely crazy. 81 and 5, it's only the scrap points are going to be given right now. And Trunks is going to be the only person there left on the hill. The rotation needs to be perfect, and they are still playing catch-up.
I mean, the range at which Trunks is hitting these Fennec sprays and not missing a shot is just unbelievable. He wins another one right there. He's got the shorty. He's finally going to drop, but if you look at the kill feed, it's just all Insidious all the way through. They're frying. There's not a whole lot of opportunities. A big push coming in right here for Vitality. This could potentially be a turning point if they're able to maintain, but you see Moon just getting collapsed on right there, shut down by Trunks. We're still contested, but Trunks with the huge double kill on the inside, just like that. Back in control for Insidious.
It doesn't matter that the spawn was in the favor right now. Vitality, they went in there. They went in, guns ablazing, and now especially with all of those streaks, with the operator skills, now all they have to do is go in for that rotation. We're going to be seeing here, we're following Death right now, going into P4, really getting into position, and hopefully they do get the spawns. Still, there's going to be such an important matchup if they do get to secure the hill.
Yeah, they're just winning gunfight after gunfight. Obviously, those gunfight wins result in score streaks. Those score streaks result in more score streaks as they constantly just fry this Vitality team. They can't seem to really get a hold of any of these hard points. They get the early rotation for this one. Neutrino, pre-fires right there, not able to get the kill, but look at Trunks. 27 and 4 right now. This man trying to make the best case possible for why he should be the MVP of the South Asia Middle East region.
Jokos is going to be the only one with double digits for Vitality. It's that crazy. And even though they went in there for the rotation early on, it doesn't matter. Team Insidious went in there, they barged in, and they just got all of those points. Not even the scrap points, because they had like 30 seconds in that hill. The rotation needs to come through, but then at this point, it's 145 and 26. They can close it here unless we see a contest.
Yeah, it looks like Vitality is going to join the 30-point club, which is not one that you want to be a part of, as Insidious completely dominates game number 1.
It's like the whole time, they weren't taking it that seriously, but they just wanted to flip the switch and do better every single time.
I mean, Trunks. That was a different type of dominate. He was, what was it, 27 and 4 when we took a look? 7 times positive. Like, I don't even know what the word for that is. And their players playing the OBJ, making the rotations, winning the gunfight. We knew that they just have a different level of gun skill, and that completely showed itself here in game number 1.
They had such a hard time, and for the side of Vitality, they couldn't even get those gun skills on. And that is important here. We already saw it in that second hill. As early as that P2, we already saw that sentry gun come into play, and that's the moment I knew this is going to be troublesome for Vitality. They need to pull through here in that P3. And finally, they did get the spawns, but it didn't really matter because they went in there, already had the operator skills to flush him out.
To be honest, we were about 2 hard points in, and it looked like Vitality was already ready to hop over to the Search and Destroy. They said, I do not want to play this game mode against these people anymore. Let's get to the Search and Destroy. We know that our snipers can make the big plays. That's going to be our best shot at making something big happen. And I really, really hope that they do turn it around right here. We saw them making a lot of big plays, making some good adjustments up against Revenant, and I think if they're going to make a turnaround, it's got to happen right now.
Search and Destroy is the map for that. It's a completely different pace. It's going to be a non-respawn. They've always had a hard time with hard point. But if you're gonna win this competition, you need to be good at both respawns and non-respawns. Because after this, after Search and Destroy, it's going to be domination against Insidious.
Yeah, they're going to need to find a way somewhere to get a respawn. I don't know how it's going to happen, but before they do that, obviously, they're going to need to win a Search and Destroy. We are underway off the start right here as trades for both teams come on in, and it's Insidious once again. Just absolutely frying. Learn dies to, I believe, his own grenade right there, and Moonscope's going to be able to find a snipe. So this is actually doable for him right now, trying to make it a 1v3. I guess technically it would be a 1v4 after the suicide nade, so not necessarily him getting all 4 kills, but a kill nonetheless.
Yeah, still a lot of kills for his name, and they're going to be heavily defending it, but Moon with a big kill, bring it to a 1v1 situation. Vegas is going to be going down, and if it's going to be this dude to actually going clutch up, Moon is definitely going to be able to do so.
And Neutrino with a really good prediction right here. He knew that Moon was going to make that rotation over to B. He's going to be able to get a free plant onto A as a result, and now the pressure's on. Moon, obviously running a sniper right now, but when you've got a shorty in play that can guaranteed one shot 10 meters out, all you got to do is really pre-fire that around the corner, and still an easy opportunity to clutch up the round. And we're going to see him pull that out right here, waiting for somebody, checking those top corners. Crouch walking, not able to hit the first shot. You only need one, though. Needs the reload. Tries to hit the quick scope. He's not going to be able to make it happen. Neutrino with the slide, able to evade. Insidious takes round 1.
That was a tough spot to be in, and if you're Moon, it's like that clutching up, that 3v1 clutch, that's probably the last thing that you need to be as a team. You should always, always not make it to that point of the game. But right now, very aggressive push right now for both of these teams going into Alpha.
Yeah, it seems like Vitality, very insistent on getting aggressive on the defensive side, and it's not paying off because Insidious does not lose their 1v1. It's just straight up, I would say probably 80% of the time they're winning them, and it's happening again. Monk's going to be able to find one right there, but he and Sam's going to be the only ones left. Another big kill. Burns drops. It's now a 2v3. It just got a whole lot more manageable. Sam slides out topside just like that. It's a 2v2. They're making the plays that they need. Another big shot right there. Not able to get the kill. Pulls out this shorty. I don't know why he swapped from the SMG. It's so much easier to get the finish. They're just making life difficult for themselves right now. It's Insidious taking the 2-0 lead.
There is no reason why they should be aggressive here. They overpushed. They even have the advantage of getting top L. And in every game mode, you need to get that power position. And see, like that again. Don't go to bottom L. Don't go there. This is what it's going to keep happening right now in Vegas. Is going to be getting that kill and the minor assist. They're not learning.
Maybe they need to talk to learn in order to be able to learn. I don't know what's happening, but it seems like that strategies that we saw from Vitality in their most recent Search and Destroy has just gone completely out the window. That's a 5-0 round for Insidious, and like you said, they're not learning from their mistakes. They're doing the same thing over and over again. They send people inside a warehouse, and they're just getting blasted every time because Insidious, the gunfights are too clean. You're not going to outgun these guys. You got to out-strategize them.
Speaking of out-strategizing, then we see a 3-man push going into Alpha, but you know what Insidious says? No way, Jose. We are going to be planting over in Bravo, and the defense isn't going to be solid. One person down. Burns is going to be able to get rid of Monk, but then Trunks gets rid of Mood, leaving it to a 3v5 situation.
Oh, he thought he was going to have the cheeky angle, but Trunks too clean on the movement, not able to hit the shotgun shot. Joko is pulling out the KRM, which we haven't really seen all weekend long, and Neutrino laying down some shots right there. 2 people still alive for Vitality. The bomb in the hands of Burns right now, and he can basically do whatever he wants. Going for the plant over there on the A site. That's not going to be an easy retake, especially with snipers still in play. Learning the top side, Sam's trying to find something. They hear him, they beam him. Death all by himself right now. He's going to slide the top side. Not able to win that gunfight. The sniper's there. Finds one, but a player right outside the window. Shotgun to the face. Shuts him down. 4-0 lead for Insidious.
Bobby, that rotation from B, getting that 2-piece, then rotating to A, knowing very well everyone from A is going to be going in for the flank. That is beauty, and Vitality is just being outclassed in every way.
Vitality finally wins an initial gunfight. They win multiple initial gunfights. There's only one player left for Insidious. I didn't think that it would happen, but the plays! Neutrino, the Holger KRM combo right there. He's still alive. He's got an opportunity to clutch up a 1v4 right here.
A 1v2 situation, and the bomb is going to be going down. They know where he is. They need to be able to get him, or else it's going to be very dire. That's only going to be adding fuel to the fire.
Ooh, not a good spot for him right there. Not sure that the hop-up was the move. And he actually started running a little bit early on, which I didn't really understand. He still had the element of surprise. They're expecting him to be on the opposite side. Could have been a big opportunity. And obviously, team's not really hurting. They're still up 1-4 right now, but you know Search and Destroy can turn on its head at any point. We're switching sides now. Vitality's going to be on offense. This could be a huge turning point for them.
This could really work for them, and the aggression isn't going to come. And that's a good thing, just because, oh, Monk gets a hit marker. That was very unfortunate, and just going to be very lucky for the side of Insidious, whoever got that hit mark. The top L control is going to be so important. One thing that one coach actually taught me, never go bottom L. Never ever go to bottom L, because you are going to be killed off so easily.
Yep, we do see the bomb in the hands of Vitality, and they're playing it slow, slow, slow. Hoping their snipers can hit a first blood, but it's Insidious again. Vegas and Trunks coming in. Sam's finds one, but gets traded out. They still got 2 players alive, but they are just everywhere that they need to be. All places at one time, and Moon's left to try to clutch up. He's going to get beamed. Those long-range Fennec sprays, just too clean for Insidious. That's 5-1 and a shot at putting themselves 1 game away from being our grand final champions.
The spray control was just so amazing with these Fenix. And here we go, a full 5-man push going into A. It's going to be absolute chaos.
Whoa, that was the move for Vitality. Couldn't have gone any better. The knife comes on out. Death said, I'm not going out without a fight. They're in a 1v3 right here. Trunks finally shut down. 11 kills on the board for him, and Vitality stays alive just a little bit longer.
That was just so funny to see. Yeah, that's what I said. Don't go into bottom L just because you're going to get killed off so easily. Here we go. Not an aggressive push right now for the side right now in Team Insidious. A very even split, but then it's going to be a 4-man push here going into Bravo, but then they need to take care of that top 3.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, Learn has struggled pretty significantly. He's 1-6 right now. Typically one of the leaders on this team. Obviously, IGL does more than just slay out. And it's a couple big early kills going in for Insidious once again. It's a 2v4 as they finally get the advantage back. Sam's gets a big kill, evens things out a little bit, and with Moonscope still alive, anything is possible, but doesn't really have any angles to work with. Everybody over on that B site right now, and if you're Vitality, you're just trying to find a pick, see if you can find it. I don't know why he's not ADS right there. It doesn't really seem like, if you're only looking at one angle where they could be coming from, seems like the logical conclusion, but he's going to get taken out. Moonscope all by himself, trying to clutch up a 1v3 to keep his team's hopes of avoiding a 2-0 start alive. He's going to pick up the bomb, and obviously that's going to give some information to Team Insidious. They're making their way into back offices right here. The shorty misses the initial 2 shots. He can't do that. If you want to clutch up against Insidious, you can't miss shots. That's what he does, and they come out on top in game 2 as well.
Insidious says, no, you can't do that here. That 3-man push is absolutely scary to see. If I were that last person in that Team Vitality. Team Vitality, there were a lot of misplays.
I know that they're capable of more than what they're doing right now, and like you pointed out, there was especially some situations where, yes, Insidious gets those early kills, but you have opportunities to be able to adjust and adapt. We saw them do that in the raid Search and Destroy, but they just weren't able to make it happen here. And what do you think it is about Insidious that makes them so tough to beat?
They know what to do. They have counter plays. They have strategies. That beautiful play going into Bravo, knowing very well that Vitality thinks that they're going to be rushing into A. They went to Bravo, gets 2. They don't even end it there. They could have planted there already, but they just wanted to make sure. They wanted to show everyone how good they are where they place. Rotated all the way back into spawn, going back into that plan in alpha. That was absolutely insane.
Yeah, right now, things looking pretty grim for Vitality as they find themselves down 2-0 to a team that has, at this point, I believe, above a 2.0 KD in respawns.
For sure.
And they're getting ready to hop back into respawn. Is there anything Vitality can do to prolong this series?
Domination is a game that you can actually clutch up. We've seen it already. A reverse sweep can actually happen, but they will have the hardest time to really beat Insidious just because of how hot they are in those past 2 games. And it's not even like a really big win. It's a really huge margin of the points.
Yeah, it's just not looked remotely close so far. We were kind of hoping that the match that Vitality played earlier, that 3-0, could give them some confidence, but it just shows you there are levels to this. Like, the fact that Revenant able to beat True Rippers, but then Vitality so easily beating Revenant, Insidious easily beating the number 2 region, or number 2 team in the region right now, just shows how dedicated they are to the game. A 150-26, a 6-2, and looking like they are well on their way to that $15,000 first prize.
Those numbers don't lie. That 150 and 26, that was just spare change right now for Insidious. They gave a bit of points. They could even push it further and make it even into a 20. We'll see. If Domination is going to be the same one that we saw Insidious give the other team, that is going to be so impressive to me.
Yep. If there's a time to make it happen, it's now. It's do or die. Yes, you've secured your spot in Stage 5, but you want the bragging rights to that number 1 spot. You want that extra $5,000. We'll see if Team Vitality can turn it around right here. It's trades off the start. A little bit of progress for Insidious. It's going to be Neutrino trying to hold top laundry control. Sam's right there around the corner. Wins a crucial gunfight. That is exactly what they need off the start, and especially keeping in mind that Insidious is spawning over on that A side where they have that easy access to top laundry. Big plays for them right here.
Yeah, Sam's was so impressive there. Getting that 2 kill in top laundry is essential. And we can see that it's going to be Team Insidious having that favorable spot of having that alpha flag. Because if you don't get top control of laundry, you won't get that Bravo flag, or you're going to have such a hard time. It's not going to be taken yet, though, as this one person over here is going to be one person. Moon is going to be in gallery creating that pressure.
Yep, and it looks like Vitality is actually going to try to push for the A flip right here. Monk is all by himself over there, seeing if he can make something happen. Trunks can be able to get the assist, learn with a 2-piece right there. And Moon pushing out, but they actually get the AC cap right there. That's not easy to do at all, and Monk able to do it by himself. Death throwing out the nade right there. That's going to slow down the C cap. That could give them some early laundry control. This is a huge opportunity for Vitality.
Okay, I'm pretty confused as to why Insidious actually gave up the A flag. As you already know, the A flag is what you need to get, but then it just seems to be like they're having a little bit of a struggle going into that cap, even though they have that strong side. Vitality, though, a 3-man push into this flag is going to be able to actually get that Bravo flag, but no! Learn with the triple kill!
Oh, and that's why these players love the Holger, the ability to do such high damage with 100 bullets in it, making that three-piece look like nothing, and what looked to be a massive opportunity from Vitality immediately erased by Insidious.
Okay, I have a theory. Maybe they did it on purpose. Maybe they went to Charlie just to challenge themselves even further, knowing very well that, okay, if we're going to be in Alpha, we're for sure going to be getting this round, and this is what we're seeing, a two-man push going into Bravo. Will they be able to get it? Oh, just slowly like that was able to get it, but then there's going to be two members on the side of Insidious.
And Sam's able to win the gunfight right there as well, so he's going to be able to get out. They could potentially reposition to hold this mid-map control as well. Two players pushing from the backside. Monk loses the gunfight. Trunks going to be able to regen, but he's hit by a concussion. Sam's time and time again making the big plays when Vitality needs him, and right now they need him more than ever.
Sam's is going to be so vital for Vitality. He is the lifeline of this team right now, but then the cap in Bravo, Insidious is going to be unstoppable, and even at the unfavored side, they have top laundry control even though they're spawning out in Charlie.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Vitality, you don't need to worry a ton right now. You know you're going to spawn on A side. You can get that top laundry control. If they play it well, they very much still have a really good chance at winning this game, even if they're not able to get B back. We see Joko's only 2 kills on the board. If they're going to win, that has got to change. You cannot have players struggling that much, especially against one of the best teams in the world in Insidious. They win a big one right there. They get the AC split once again. And looking over at Insidious, Vegas struggling more than we expected as well. Only 12 points separate these two teams at half.
That is not bad at all. That AC push that Vitality really went in for, that was good for them. They need to do the same thing now that they're going to be spawning off the stronger side here in Alpha. Top laundry control is essential. At the same time, you need to do mid control as well to really just absolutely shut down the push coming in from Gallery.
Yep, both teams making the push over for B. Death, top side, a statue right here. Vegas slide in the corner, able to win one. Trunks wins the other. That is exactly what Insidious needs as they gain control even over on the C side. Sam's going to the top side, trying to hit the flank, slow down that push to the B control, but it's Trunks. We've seen that his sprays with the Fennec are just so clean at range. Most players are not going to be able to hold top laundry with a Fennec, but he's one of the players that can do it. 15 kills on the board. Death Machine ready to go. He's ready to make that push on over to A, see if maybe they can get the flip, and right now just trying to hold down the top side to give his teammate a little bit of time to get that B flag.
Trunks with the Death Machine, but not winning the gunfight right now. It's going to be Moon with the shorty, just getting rid of him. And just like that, we're going to be seeing another control right now. Moon is going to be making big fights, and just one person is going to be able to go and cap. Sam's is going to be that person for sure.
And right now, the kill feed looking completely different from what we saw in Game 1. It's all Team Vitality right now. They got 2 players over on B. They secure the B flag. They've got top laundry control. This is exactly what they needed, and potentially an opportunity to turn around this entire series. They've got a long way to go, but this is the start that they need. Moon set up with the Holger, trying to beam off those headies, but the shorty, it comes out. He still wins the gunfight. That's going to be huge. Neutrino trying to clear out this mid area, but a huge play for Moon right there to keep that mid-map control.
Neutrino just went for that gunfight so far away from him, knowing very well there's going to be one person from Vitality right beside him. And it's going to be so tricky right now just because the shorty is just so overpowered. And that AB control, now that is what Vitality needed. Right now we're going to be seeing it. They're going to be surpassing Insidious just like that. 102 and 102. It's a very strong hold. Solid defense here in Bravo. And I don't even know why Insidious went in for the swap in that first round.
And the composure out of Vitality, just unbelievable. The level of dominance that we saw in game number 1, that respawn didn't even look like these two were from the same world, but somehow they've managed to come storming back. They've finally taken the lead in this matchup. Learn gonna take that top laundry control, and that could be a really big issue for Vitality. You need to get it back, you need to make it fast, but Sam pushing in, he's got that operator, he finds 2, his teammate Moon finds the other. Death is winning in mid-map right now. It's gonna be Insidious trying to get control, but they're running out of time. Joko's taking it back down. time and time again. They're making the big plays. They got a death machine ready to go as well, and it's Insidious. They're so close to this B control. Beamed off by Monk. Another player slides on. They've still got control. I don't think they need a triple cap yet. Insidious might still be able to win it.
Yeah, Insidious can definitely win this. Vegas, big kills, almost capping B, but then his teammate was there for the assist to just top it off. Now this mid-map control is going to be absolutely essential, and they're going to be going in for that triple cap. Learn is going to be having big kills. 22 already for his name. Moon is going to be having a death machine of his own, but has his back turned.
Oh no, this looks like it could be a heartbreaker. Monk's all by himself and there's a death machine coming at his face. We got Learn with a hunter killer ready to go. The options are looking slim for Team Vitality. They're watching the clock tick down. They don't have anything they can do. The score streaks are building. They have no map control right now. They're scrambling. There's no opportunities. The sentry gun goes down. They're trying to go for the C flip. Right now, that's their only hope. They don't have any mid-map control. Just like that, it's Insidious ticking past them. They've taken the lead. There's no opportunity. And somehow, this team, Insidious, still finds a way to win. Ladies and gentlemen, your South Asia, Middle East grand champions.
Vitality, well played, GG's, but Insidious still coming out on top, and even though it was a close one, they still get a 3-0, a perfect team, a perfect record, and who else is going to be able to pull it off but Insidious?
I really thought that Vitality had finally pulled out what they need. Their strategy was so good. They were able to get that early A flip. They had A control. They had top laundry. And somehow these Insidious players are just so talented. They still found a way to snowball it and get the win.
Not only did they get the win, and I feel like that was an experiment on their end. That really was questionable for me, the fact that they rotated into that Charlie flag in that early round run, knowing very well they had the advantage of going into alpha, but that doesn't really matter. They won it either way.
Yup, that's just the perfect way to cap it off, like showing, yes, we have our flaws, we make mistakes, but even when we make mistakes, we bounce back and find a way to win. We talked about the composure for Vitality, but Insidious showing that they have even more looking at these highlights. The entire second half, it seemed like it was Vitality's game to lose, and I think that push from Learn to take top laundry control, that's where it started to snowball. He started to get the score streaks. Then he got his operator, then the sentry gun went down, and then at that point, the game was pretty much over.
I was about to mention that actually. That top laundry control, we keep emphasizing it, and you just saw it why important it is. Learn was absolutely crazy without Holger, and that 3-piece actually to shut down that Bravo flag, that was crazy. And that sentry gun going in there was basically the cherry on top of this beautiful chaotic pie.
And Vitality put up a really good fight. Even when they lost B, they realized they're not going to be able to touch it. They tried to make the push back, see if they could get the AC split. They had enough time, but there's just too much gun skill for Insidious. Even when they put themselves in a hole, when they make those mistakes, they find a way to dig themselves out.
And even though they were spawning up into the Charlie flag, they just showed everyone, yeah, we're going to be spawning here. It doesn't really matter. We're still going to win this game. Even though it was a close one, we're still going to be dominating this competition without any blemishes, without any losses and maps dropped.
Yep, that's a good point. They have not dropped a single map through the entire competition. Looking at the final score, obviously, Game 3, a whole lot closer, but the record remains clean, that 150-26. I think that just gave them the mental edge that they needed off the start, where they were not worried one bit. They knew whatever happened, they were still going to win.
And that mental edge just puts you above the competition. And it's going to be important because World Championships is going to be the name of the game for them. This is their next chapter. They're finally made it. Not only did they actually make the 3rd spot, they just won $15,000.
Yep, that's a whole lot of money, a whole lot of Sony's Xperia 1 Mark IIIs. But we've got some expert analysts that are going to break things down a little bit more, so we're going to hop on back to the desk for our geniuses.
Thank you so much, Mommy and Bobby, and congratulations to Insidious for pulling a big win out in the grand finals, Blaze.
Wow, talk about how we ended this tournament for perfection. It looked like Insidious, as they were gonna win that map number 12, that it wasn't gonna be contested.
Yeah.
But I'm happy that Vitality pushed them to their limits and forced them to have to clutch up and win the regional playoffs in an exciting way.
3 points, Blaze. 3
150
points.
to 147. For them to be able to flip it in the end, that was epic.
Absolutely insane. But Insidious, they beat Vitality 6-0 in this event overall. When it comes to domination, I mean, I'm going to say it.
That's
at first, you know what, let's take a look at the bracket, because at first, we saw Vitality just doing so well at the beginning of this entire event, but it all came down to Insidious. I was talking to you, Mommy, and Bobby. I said, who do you guys think is going to win? I think Vitality looks unbeatable.
Yeah.
You guys told me, nah, Insidious are the real deal.
Yeah, man, and day number one, Vitality, they had a 6-1 record. They were looking super solid. Insidious, they were 6-0, and we got a chance to watch them this morning meet up against each other in the winners finals. But Insidious says, you know what? We are on a different level.
Yep.
They showed us that in the winners finals, and they continue to show us in the grand finals, despite all of Vitality's close series and intense matchups. And even a 3-0 that they delivered to Revenant, where they looked so good, they were not able to bring that energy on over towards Insidious because, hey, there's levels to this.
Hey, they wanted to win it all, Blaze, and they showed it so well in the grand finals. But I have to say it, big shout out to the South Asia and Middle East region for putting on one hell of a show.
A hell of a show.
This has been incredible. But Blaze, they walked away with a whole lot of money. Insidious Esports walks away with $15,000. They gotta be feeling good, man.
Oh, they gotta be feeling good indeed. They will have the first place, but after that, Vitality sitting at second. Revenant is going to be at third, and those top 3 teams qualify for stage 5. That's what it was all about. And shout out to all the other teams competed: True Rippers, Godlike, 3RV, Team NS, and Unbroken. Well, in Team NS, because they put on such a great show throughout the weekend. You know, at the end of the day, hey, we saw some great competition.
You're right. And you know what, Blaze? Even though some of these teams didn't even win at all, you and I, we've been there before. It's all about the grind. And even if you lose, it's all about how you come back from it. I expect to see these teams in the future really pop off in a big way.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Hey, this is just getting started, folks, okay? This is our first qualification. Well, not our first qualification, but when it comes down to stage 4, our first tournament, you know, we still got the NA and European regions coming up because we have to get the best Call of Duty mobile teams in the world to go to champs, to stage 5. And this is just a start.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a treat for you guys. We actually have an MVP interview, and I can't wait. Let's see who it turns out to be.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second. Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? game over.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world, now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another
me
one!
now?
Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Cold shoulder, going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. As we get the MVP interview ready for you, but Blaze, this is 2 years in a row that Insidious Esports won the Stage 4 playoffs. They're absolutely insane. And for those at home, I mean, this is a lesson learned. I mean, you got to work hard for it. And how do you feel getting to this point as a pro player?
Oh man, you know, you feel absolutely ecstatic making it to stage 5 because everything, all the work and all the hard work in which you put into this point, it's finally paid off, and they have qualified 2 years in a row. That's consistency. That's dominance when it comes down towards the Middle East and South Asian region. And you know what? We got a chance to see it here today with the perfect tournament coming out from Insidious. My God, these boys they're looking to show up. Well, they've already showed up, but they're looking to show up and show out when it comes down to stage 5. They didn't get a chance to really compete against everybody in which they wanted to last year in champs, but now, this year, they're looking to show each other not just that we can make it to stage 5, we can be the best COD Mobile team in the entire world.
And to see how all of the action has unfolded so far this weekend in this beautiful event, this is the bracket. This is how it went down. Team Vitality and Insidious looked so strong, and they met halfway through the event in the winner bracket finals. Vitality lost, made it back to the grand finals, and they just couldn't pull it out. Insidious Esports walked away with a big smile and $15,000. Blaze.
What a day.
Walked away with a big check like that, though. I mean, they must be feeling real nice right about now.
Oh, no, they're feeling damn good, man, okay? Because with the tournament in which they had and the show in which they put on for the fans, it's just nothing but a positive tournament, a positive experience for them. And now my question is that which squad in the world is going to be able to contest these guys? Because I don't know who could do it. You know, I've seen talented teams out there, like, you know, we've seen Tribe, NYSL. We've seen a lot of top teams coming in from the EU region also. But I want to see where Insidious stacks up against them. But this is the year in which we get to find out, because this is our first regional playoffs in stage number 4. We got to go to Japan, Latin America, EU, NA, and fill in all the rest of the spots for our champs. And I'm just excited to see all the other teams, who's going to pull through. Are we going to see another Insidious out there? Maybe a squad better than them? Hey, we could.
I mean, first off, I asked Bobby, I said, what region is really scary? Like, okay, I like North America, I saw some VOD, but I'm a bit newer to COD Mobile. And I'm really intrigued by the gameplay that we've seen. And Bobby said, Veli, listen, there's a region out there, we know them as China, and they are just ruthless. Mommy is laughing in the back, she knows the deal right now. I'm excited to see how things are gonna turn out. So the 3 teams here, we're gonna have Revenant, Insidious, and also Team Vitality showing up in a big way in South Asia and Middle East. They should be so proud of their teams.
Yeah, man, those Chinese squads, you got to watch out for them because they're real low key. And you don't know what they're about until it's champs time when they come out looking to win that check. Oh man, you see in your series layout there, the 3-0 victory that Insidious came out with. The first 2 maps super dominant, but that last map, they made it exciting for us in a 150-147 victory in domination to be able to close this one out.
Yes, and Blaze, you know, going to raid, seeing that turret get put down, the score was really close, and for it to end with 3 points left on the line. I mean, I'm heartbroken, man.
Yeah, and you know what it was too, like, which made it that much more exciting? They got their second heal while they were down, okay? While they had to make the comeback. I wouldn't want to say it was like 130 to like 115, but then they slowly just watch the score tick into their favor to the very last second. And no matter what their opponent did in Vitality, they had multiple opportunities to push in at these hills, but the score streaks proved to be too much. And that's one of the successes there of Insidious. They had perfect score streak usage throughout the entirety of the game, and it worked out for them. You know, from the gun skill to the rotations to the comms, from Learn to Trunks, the entire team, they brought it all together to win the victory, and it was flawless, you guys. Absolutely
very flawless. Now, we know what's coming up next. Now, these three teams, they're going to have to battle it out against the best in the world. Now, I'm expecting them to practice together, exchange strategies, and really learn to study these teams. Now, when it comes to international play, okay, inter-regional play is one thing, but when you go international plays, that's a different beast.
It is, because there is a squad just like you somewhere else in the world who wants it just as much. And those are the matchups that really test you on your squad and help take you to that next level as a team. Those are the games in which you need to be solidified the best squad in the world. And we got those matchups coming up. By the time this year is going to close, you're going to know who the best COD Mobile team in the world is for real.
But the best COD Mobile team right here in the South Asia and Middle East region is going to be Team Insidious. And we're going to throw it over to the wall where we have an interview with not just one player, the MVP Trunks, but the entire team. But taking a look at the stats right there, Mommy and Bobby, take it away.
Yep, as you guys can see, we've got our champions, Insidious. Guys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, super excited to be talking to you guys. Obviously, you have been winning a lot of Call of Duty mobile tournaments recently. You've really solidified yourselves as the #1 team in the South Asia region. What do you feel like is the biggest reason that you guys have been so successful?
We always take inspiration from other region teams because we get a lot of things to learn, and in the end we aim to compete in stage 5. So these all tournaments are just a good practice for us.
That was amazing, and you brought up a really good point here, Learn, that you really studied the other regions. Now, I know this might be a very controversial topic, but which region do you think is your biggest competitor?
I would say Japan.
Ooh. How come? Like, I wanna let you expound on that. What with Japan is gonna make them try to give you a hard time?
Because they have some different strategies, and I believe their gameplay is one of the best gameplay in Call of Duty Mobile.
All right, I love to hear it. Obviously, you guys have the whole team there. You're all playing together. We've talked to some other teams who have said they don't even talk to each other when they're playing in these competitions. How big of a role does communication play for you guys?
Communication is very important. We have been grinding for 2 years, and now we are like a family, and our bond also shows in the game. So yeah, it's a very important thing.
Absolutely, and just grinding and grinding, that is the most important. And you know what? Another important thing that I really want to ask you guys is when you are going to be going into those matchups, what do you do prior, and how do you actually go in there and prepare before a game?
We basically have a good communication. No matter what strats opponents use, we just coordinate among ourselves, and yeah, we plan accordingly. Like, it's all on the spot, like experience, I would say.
All right. One thing that I noticed that I felt like separated your team from all the other teams in the region is just a different type of gun skill. It seems like you guys, even with a Fennec that has a lot of recoil, you're able to hit those long-range sprays. What is it that you guys do that makes you so much better when it comes to your gun skill?
Individually, each of us grinds a lot, and I believe that our aim is, you know, something like which opponent should look for. And yeah, I mean, our aim is, you know, like one of the strongest team, I would say, because we grind a lot.
All right, well, thank you guys so much for talking to us. I'm really excited to see you guys play in Stage 5 of the COD Mobile Championships. I was so impressed. Obviously, I've seen some of your gameplay before, but you guys really brought everything that you had today, and congratulations to you guys.
Thanks, thank you a lot.
What a beautiful time to be alive, and that was such an amazing matchup. That was so great to see, and not only that, one little game, one tiny game just brought every single one of us here together, and it's going to be even more special at the later stages. So speaking of the later stages, let's take it out to Veli and Blaze, our very amazing podcast.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna be honest, I'm so excited to see Team Insidious walk away with that big old smile in that interview. It's such an amazing feat, Blaze.
Man, we got it. That's why I was clapping when we came over here, because, man, what a team effort from these guys to come out victorious and win a tournament. I love the interview right there from Trunks. And, you know, you see the whole team was landing. They were in the same house together. And so that plays a huge part when it comes down to be able to look at your teammates, be able to communicate with them, and just really have that chemistry in the same room with your squad. I'm curious to know how many other squads out there were landing this weekend playing side by side, because the way that Insidious dominated their opponents, hey, I think that played a big factor, them being able to be together this entire weekend to play their best.
You know what, Blaze? It's about time to wrap up this show and shut the desk down, but I just want to say this. This was my first ever COD Mobile Championship event, and it's been a beautiful journey so far. I want to thank Mommy, I want to thank Bobby, I want to thank you as well, Blaze, but most importantly, I want to thank the viewers at home, because without you guys, we are nothing. But don't forget, remember to tune in next weekend when we'll see the Japan Regional Playoffs. You heard that right, the Japan Regional Playoffs, where 8 more teams will fight their way to Stage 5 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We'll see you guys next time, and thank you once again for tuning in.